We're live.
Are we live? Okay. So then, good morning. So then to prepare the mind for this first session of the weekend, so then to cultivate the mind of refuge in Buddha Dhamma Sangha. And so then here, firstly, in taking refuge in Buddha Dhamma Sangha, to think about refuge in Buddha and how it was the case that Buddha Shakyamuni established the doctrine of Buddhism 2,500 years ago, that in order to attain that state, in the process of attaining the state of enlightenment or Buddhahood, he gave up his life many times for the benefit of others in order to accomplish the state of enlightenment. And then he manifested in the world, Prince Siddhartha attained enlightenment and then taught for 40 plus years, taught 84,000 collections of teachings. And so now we have this unbroken lineage of the teachings coming from Buddha Shakyamuni. It's also worthwhile we take refuge here in the Buddha from that point of view, but also from the point of view the understanding, particularly emphasized in Mahayana Buddhism, that the Buddha what was not always the Buddha. He had to accomplish the path, and accomplishing the path depended upon beings in order to follow, to engage in the activities in order to attain the state of enlightenment. And the message very much is for us too, our responsibility to become an awakened being. That we have to engage in the practice to attain that state. Not only do we attain it, but the view emphasised that we have the potential to attain the state of enlightenment. So when we take refuge here in Buddha, we take refuge also in our potential to become a completely awakened being. And then taking refuge in the Dharma, taking refuge in true cessations of suffering and the paths leading to the cessations of sufferings. This understanding and the paths leading to cessations of suffering, the path that is the understanding of the nature of phenomena, the understanding that all phenomena are devoid of inherent existence. This wisdom mind we take refuge in. And we also take refuge in that the altruistic mind of bodhicitta, conditioned by that wisdom understanding of the nature of phenomena. Take refuge in this, understanding that we can ourselves attain true cessations and true paths. And so then just to contemplate on that understanding in Buddhism. And then taking refuge in Sangha, those beings who are actually accomplishing the path, those who have direct realization of the nature of phenomena and are accomplishing the path. So those who are engaged in it, going through the various difficulties in order to accomplish the state of cessation, cessations of the afflictions and cessations of the subtle stains in the mind. And so then just to think of those beings, such beings as Milarepa, committed their lives to attain the state of enlightenment, of those beings at this present moment who are engaging in the path in order to accomplish this state. And then the strong emphasis in Mahayana Buddhism that the Buddhas will manifest in degenerate times as spiritual guides, as lamas, as gurus. And so then just to think about that from a point of view of beings like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, other gurus manifesting in this world, seeing these beings as enlightened beings, manifesting in a form that we can connect with on a personal level, that they can communicate to us the Dharma on a one-to-one basis as an ordinary being, and very often manifesting with faults in order for us to be able to get some kind of some empathy, some kind of sense of that they're reaching out to us to help us, manifesting with these shortcomings, something that we can understand and relate to, not manifesting as completely perfect. And so then to recite the refuge prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We give reverence to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We give reverence to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We give reverence to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so then now to having taken refuge in this way, that we're going to engage in the practice to benefit others, to visualize that all the compassion energy in the universe manifests in the form of Chenrezig above the crown of our head. Chenrezig is extremely pleased that we're engaging in this practice in order to benefit others. And so then we can recite 3 malas of manis. Or mani peme, or mani peme. Omani Padme Hum. So then just before we start the actual practice, that recalling to mind that the purpose of our being born human is to be of benefit to others. And so then making use of our session here to engage in this practice to be of benefit to others. May it be the case from engaging in this practice that we're able to bring about the welfare of others. And in relation to COVID-19, many people obviously being affected by COVID-19, either directly or indirectly. Some people have lost their lives. More people will lose their lives as a result of the virus. And people going through all sorts of types of difficulties as a result of this. And so if it is the case, even if someone is stricken with COVID-19 and then recovers from it, but that person has a resentful mind, perhaps they had a resentful mind to start with anyway, sort of their behavior may be a type of behavior that's obnoxious towards others, then they've recovered from the illness, but the question is it really of great benefit to them and to others if they continue to use their life to be of harm to others, to be a source of problems for others? So more importantly, it would be said from Dharma perspective that we would wish that as a result of COVID-19, that it brings about not only the well-being, physical well-being of people, but more importantly, it brings about positive changes in people's minds. And so here, to really be thinking as a result of whatever it is that people are experiencing, whatever difficulty it is, that may it be the case that from this experience, this adverse circumstance, that there's a change in their heart so that they are more concerned about others, that they have more of an awareness of the importance of internal development. And so then we could be praying here that as a result of COVID-19 may be the case that ironically it brings about benefit to the society in that people are more reflective and more considerate of others, that they reevaluate their priorities in life in such a way that they see that the most important thing is to develop the heart and the mind in a way that is a benefit to themselves and to others. And so then now just to recite the prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in their instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms like rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher-eating animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as a result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so that they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of rare spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, and moods not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, the mere incident not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so then now just to make dedication. And so then in engaging in this practice, this way, we dedicate the results of this towards those people who have recently died as a result of COVID-19. May they take perfect human rebirth to kind, Dharma-minded, compassionate parents. Make contact, connection with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And where there are beings who are seriously ill as a result of COVID-19, may they recover from the illness, and if not, then may they have peaceful death. And then take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents. They make a connection with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And then for those beings who are sick from COVID-19 or are adversely affected by it in other ways, emotionally, yes, or economically, socially, whatever they're being affected and in an adverse way, then may they be able to transform that difficulty into something beneficial, particularly beneficial in a way that helps others. And then wherever beings are involved in supporting those who are adversely affected by COVID-19, may they find the inspiration, courage, and compassion to continue to be of benefit to others. And then those who are responsible for making decisions in relation to COVID-19, those in prominent positions in the medical profession or political positions, decision-making, may those decisions be made with wisdom and compassion, free of corruption. it may be in general the case that as a result of COVID-19, that this influences the world in a positive way, that it influences people's minds in a positive way. So that people become more reflective and understand the real purpose and meaning of life comes from inner transformation, developing wisdom and compassion. And that their life into the future is influenced in this way, and so then this influences individual countries in the world in a positive way, a way that embraces the welfare of others, not just one's own self-interest, so as to bring about harmony in the world. And so, as a result of that, the change in people's minds may be the case that spiritual teachers continue to manifest in the world and teach the Dharma, communicate the Dharma, and have long lives. And here particularly think about His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to make prayers, to dedicate here for his long life. May he continue to teach and impart the Dharma, be a source of inspiration to the world. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and also for long lives of the various teachers in our centres and beyond, wherever teachers are communicating the Dharma. May these beings have long lives. And then whatever other dedication you may have. So thank you. So Choki.
I'll turn it around.
Hello from Sydney.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm coming back, believe it or not, Monday.
Monday you come back?
Yeah, last time they didn't let me in. They were about to quarantine me, so I'll come back Monday.
Where are you now, Vajrayana?
Yep, in the main Gompa.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. I'll
So
see you Monday.
have good celebration. You're joining the lunch celebration today?
Yeah, big lunch today.
Hartson's birthday.
Yeah.
Big lunch today. Hartson's 50th. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Enjoy. See you soon. Okay, so yes, it's Venerable Hartson's 50th birthday today. And given my circumstances, still in Sydney at Vajrayana Institute, where I'm totally COVID-free, so I'm in the main Gompa, allowed to be in the public. And that's very nice to be in the main Gompa. And here today, we're actually celebrating Geshe Samton's also 50th, oh, not 50th, more than 50, sorry, his birthday, sharing with Venerable Hartson. And also Venerable Rabdrol's 3 years of ordination since Lama Zopa Rinpoche bestowed their ordination on Venerable Rabdrol at Chenrezig Institute, last time Rinpoche was there. So lots of celebration, and of course it's also World Environment Day. And so we can think about with these prayers and the transmissions that we had from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, beginning of lockdown last year, we had the transmissions from Thangtong Gyalpo to quell, a disease, which is the one that we're particularly focusing on in terms of the coronavirus pandemic, and then also the one against famine, and then also the one against conflict. And Rinpoche said that, we'll reach a time in the world where everyone in conflict with absolutely everyone in the world. So quite critical time. So as we celebrate World Environment Day, we can see how the earth is really impacted by our human activity. And we saw that immediately when, there were all these lockdowns and people stopped flying around the world and so forth, and how the earth responded. And the earth is our support. We always talk about this precious human body as our support, but the earth is our literal support in this world system, and that we care for each other, care for the environment. As my Indigenous brothers, sisters say, if the environment, if the land is well, I am well. The country is well, I am well. My culture is well, my community is well. It's all interconnected, of course. We realize this with the teachings on dependent origination. So setting our motivation for this session with the direct meditation on the graduated path containing all the important points by Dojo Changlo Son Jingpa, just the first couple of verses of the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, including enlightenment, so that everything we think, do and say, all our prayers and so forth, become the cause for us to attain full enlightenment, and to be the cause for others to attain full enlightenment as swiftly as possible, and be free of all these affliction-caused diseases, and the afflictions, completely uprooted altogether. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy dharmas, scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. So we can visualize the objects of refuge in the space in front, be that Shakyamuni Buddha, Chenrezig, Tara, so forth, all the manifestations of the omniscience of the Buddhas, and think of our precious Gurus, inseparable from the Buddha. And then all these kind mother sentient beings on every atom of space around us that we wish to engage in this practice on behalf of. So in the Lama Chöpa, we have that verse where it says, having considered how all these miserable beings have been my mothers and have raised me with kindness again and again, I seek your blessings to develop effortless compassion like that of a loving mother for her only child. So that other aspect of reliance on the objects of refuge, and reliance on each other, our kind, sort of brother, sister, sentient beings, be they in a human form, be they be in an animal form, be they be in any form whatsoever, seen, unseen, as vast as space, and thinking of all those more and more beings down to, down to the depths of the earth, where they're finding more and more beings, all these tiny little Semchen mind possessors, beings. So integral to our survival. Then turning to the space refuge of Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Whatever meaning these lines hold for you, your understanding of the objects of refuge, yourself and all other sentient beings here around you on every atom of space, and rising in human form, engaging in this practice. In this way, we create the karma to be the causes to guide them to enlightenment. So vast refuge, this form of refuge given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Karnag Paujo Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and afterwards it provided infinite benefit for living beings. So I think by the power of our practice, every sort of weekend we engage in this practice, may it be the cause of infinite benefit for living beings in this world system, and also not just the living ones, the ones who've died. I was checking up again, I think it's like 3.7 million people have died from this pandemic. It's going up. And of course, we see all these different variants, the alpha and the delta that we're experiencing here currently in Victoria, and that's being experienced terribly in India and other parts of the world. Compassion for everybody in those situations. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So resting, allow your mind to be infused with all the blessings of all the gurus, the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, all the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakinis, or the lineage lamas. Just think of all the lineages of all the teachings we've received, particularly in the lineage of Lama Tsongkhapa, Lama Atisha, and so forth, the Nalanda masters, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama keeps emphasizing, in terms of Chandrakirti, Nagarjuna, and so forth. Blessing our mental continuum, creating a cause for our own Dharmakaya, the empty clarity of our own minds, as much as you can, resting your awareness in that vast space, like the brilliant blue sky on a sunny day, particularly, we think, of course, I always think anyway, Tibet, on the rooftop of the world, and the vast, clear, when the blue sky, and as I say, the sky comes down and totally envelops you. So your mind, all directions, vast as space, unobstructed clarity. In the Dharmakaya aspect, your omniscient mind, totally pure, totally clear, as Lama Yeshe would say, abiding there. And from that vast spacious mind, that bliss and luminosity, can't help but arise compassion for all beings without exception around us. So on that basis, visualizing above the crown of all those sentient beings around you, including yourself, an emanation of Arya, Chenrezig, Buddha of, embodying all the great altruistic intention, impartiality towards all sentient beings without exception of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions and 3 times, arising in that form or whatever form is most meaningful to you above the crowns of all sentient beings in the nature of light. And as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, light and healing nectar streams down from the heart, of Chenrezig, from the heart of the 3-syllable of the mantra, where we can visualize light and nectar through the crown and pouring down a shower of healing energy, pacifying all disease or fear or anxiety or depression or grief or confusion and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And that light embodiment of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown, the crown of all the sentient beings around you, dissolves down into an orb, which is like the pure essence of all altruism, without partiality, without favoring some and ignoring others and angry with others, none of that, just complete, can't, like Chenrezig, the tears coming, can't bear to see the suffering of the world. And so dissolving down, that orb, melts through your crown, comes to abide at your heart chakra, at the center of your chest, and like that precious jewel, Mani jewel of Chenrezig, abiding there as your own inner storehouse of pure altruistic compassion. We received from FPMT this week the reminder from Rinpoche that all centers, all projects, and so forth to have that Rinpoche's prayers for compassion, or advice, live with compassion, die with compassion, meditate with compassion. When problems come, address them with compassion and so forth, to have that in our centers or in our presence, on our websites or Facebooks or whatever, because it's most needed in the world today, this heart of compassion that connects us, this inner storehouse that is in our nature nature to be compassionate that connects us, heart to heart with all those sentient beings around us in every atom of space that we are responsible for in this life and in all future lives, all the way up to enlightenment, really feeling that heart connection with all beings, kind mother, sentient beings, in every atom of space. Not only providing the cause for their enlightenment, but empowering through the virtue of our practice, our own causes for enlightenment, our own accumulations of merit for engaging in this practice. With that heartfelt connection for all beings without exception, the actual prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease, from Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Of course, we say these prayers for our precious gurus, our lamas, sort of guiding us towards enlightenment. Unquestionably, we need to request again and again for them to remain in this world for the benefit of the world, but also all our kind mothers, sentient beings on every atom of space around us, as well as ourselves, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Totally pacified. All disease. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately for the benefit of the world right now. Giving our final dedications for this session. sealing all our merits with emptiness. And we can think of all the merits of everyone engaging in this prayer-a-thon around the world, everyone engaging in offering prayers around the world, everyone engaging in offering service in the Dharma, everyone engaging in offering service in all the hospitals and all the paramedics and the medics and the first responders and the police and the border, even, the border people, all the politicians and so forth, making these difficult decisions at this time, taking responsibility for the whole world and each other taking that responsibility. So all our merits, sealing with emptiness. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is a total hallucination my mind has made up, completely empty of existing from its own side. Achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, depending on many, many, many causes and conditions coming together. And lead all sentient beings, kind mother sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side. Not separate. To that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is a mere imputation, which is totally empty, completely empty of existing from its own side. I think because of emptiness, everything is possible. Jampel powo jita kempa dang kuntu sampo deyang deshin te deda kungi jetsu delop chi gewa deda tamche raptuno dusum shepe gewa tamche ki nowa gangla chonu nampa de dagi gewe sawa dikun kyang sampo chochi raptuno wagi chiki gyalpo songkape Chosu nampa pawala geki sema shiwa dan tunken malu shangwa sho da dan shengi du sum dang trawe songi latene kyawa lo sandra pa yi ten pa yun ring ba gu chi. Okay, so now handing over back to Chenrezig Institute, Venerable Elsa. I'll see you at the other end because I'm doing the session at the other end as well. Over to you.
Some different.
Okay, now I see you.
Yeah. Which day are you returning?
Monday,
Monday. Okay.
Monday, finally, Monday night. I'm taking no
Okay.
risk this time. I don't want to turn around and have to come back again.
No, that's for sure. Okay, thank you. See you soon. So, just generating a positive motivation, just doing this Thangtong Gyalpo practice, liberating Sakya from disease. So, bringing to mind very easily, having seen news articles during the week, all the millions of people who are suffering in various ways all around the world because of this pandemic. People becoming sick, people dying, people grieving, people undergoing economic and social and psychological hardships because of the pandemic, but also just placing it in context that we have to remember there's nothing all that exceptional about this situation, that really every day we're all facing the prospect of death. And even in normal times around the world, there's something like 160,000 people lose their lives every day. And in every year, something like 90 million people lose their lives. So really, this pandemic is a reminder of impermanence and death. The state that we live in every day, although we're not always aware of it, in some ways it's a timely reminder to be more aware of impermanence and death. That not only are things changing in a gross way in terms of aging and approaching death, but even from moment to moment, everything is changing. So the purpose of thinking about impermanence and death is not to freak ourselves out, to increase our anxiety or feelings of depression or hopelessness, but to remind us to think about what makes our lives meaningful. And what makes our life meaningful is spiritual practice, Dharma practice, especially developing our wisdom and our compassion. So being aware of all the suffering around the world, so many people suffering, then it's an excellent time to work on our compassion, to increase our compassion by bringing to mind their suffering, both physical and mental, thinking about the causes of that suffering and wishing to relieve them from that suffering. And not just relieve them from the sufferings caused by the pandemic, but from all their sufferings, all their problems, which have kind of not been to the forefront during the pandemic. But there are many other problems, many other causes of death even, that people are experiencing every day. So generate a strong wish to relieve them of that suffering or suffering of pain, but also to relieve them of the more subtle sufferings, the suffering of change, things in our life that we regard as sources of happiness or pleasure, and the subtlest suffering of all, pervasive compounding suffering, which simply put is having a body and mind with the nature that it has, the suffering nature, which makes it inevitable that we experience suffering. And then on top of that mind of compassion, wishing to relieve every living being of all their suffering and its causes, their negative karma and delusions, generating a strong thought of loving kindness, the wish to bring happiness to all beings, and not just temporary immediate happiness, with things like having good health, long life, or comfortable situation, but more importantly, wishing from your heart to bring beings ultimate happiness, liberation from samsara, liberation forever from suffering, but more importantly, the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So just think that you're going to do this practice to relieve all beings of their suffering and to bring them every happiness, but especially the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So we'll begin by reciting Thangtong Gyalpo's special refuge prayer 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space. Go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we recite some manis, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So if you have the appropriate initiation, then you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, whether in 2-arm, 4-arm, or 1,000-arm aspect. If you don't have the initiation, then visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head. And first of all, we'll visualize all the people around the world who actually have contracted COVID-19, millions of them in almost every country. Thinking in particular of the people who are in aged care facilities and the most vulnerable to this virus, but also including all those people who are slowly recovering from COVID-19, who've had the long COVID syndrome. Not everyone recovers quickly from this disease. So think of all the sufferings that are associated with COVID-19. Think of all the millions of people around the world who are experiencing those sufferings. And with a strong sort of compassion from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those people with COVID-19. Then healing white light rays descend from Chenrezig, pacifying their disease, and also purifying them of the cause of their disease, their negative karma and delusions. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart that at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to relieve all the millions of people around the world experiencing COVID-19, not only from their disease, but from the causes of their disease, their negative karma and delusions, and also transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So next, visualizing all the frontline workers, millions of them around the world, who are caring for those affected by COVID-19, whether at home or in hospitals. So in the hospitals, think not only of the doctors and nurses who have now been battling this pandemic for something like 18 months, working in really difficult situations, and themselves experiencing the disease or losing colleagues to the disease, experiencing all kinds of hardships, exhaustion, feelings of hopelessness. Also think of all the other people who work in hospitals, the cooks, the cleaners, the porters. Think of the ambulance drivers who've had to work so hard during this pandemic. Think of the people who are caring for loved ones at home, undertaking that hardship. So bring all these people vividly to mind. By now, billions of them around the world almost, in every country. Thinking in particular the countries that are being hardest hit at the moment, countries like India, Nepal, Mexico, Brazil, Peru. Bring to mind all these frontline workers who, out of their compassion and dedication, are undertaking physical and mental hardships to care for those with COVID-19. Then from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those frontline workers. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying all their mental and physical hardships, purifying them, more importantly, at the cause of those hardships, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite the manis. Om Mani Padme. So rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart. At the level of your visualization, you've been able to relieve all those frontline workers of all their mental and physical hardships. And more importantly, the cause of all their hardships, all their problems, all their suffering, the negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of the fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now bring to mind all the millions and millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or loved ones or friends to COVID-19. So I haven't seen a latest estimate, but I think it's more than 3 million people around the world who have died during this pandemic so far. It's not over yet. So bring to mind all those grieving people, those people feeling loss, despair, having lost loved ones, sometimes anger as well, because of their feeling that the governments have failed them. So bring to mind all these millions of people around the world. And from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those grieving people. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their feelings of grief and loss. More importantly, purifying them of the causes of that grief and loss and all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite the mani. Om Mani Padme. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness for your heart, but at the level of your visualization, you've been able to relieve all those grieving people, millions of them all around the world in every country, from all their feelings of grief and suffering and loss. And more importantly, from the cause of all their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now, bring to mind the billions of people around the world in every single country who are experiencing various hardships because of this pandemic, not necessarily because they've contracted the disease themselves or even know someone who's contracted it, but because of the uncertainty, increased levels of anxiety, economic hardship, feelings of social isolation, feelings of depression and suicide, and increased domestic violence. So think of the people caught in very difficult circumstances all around the world because of this pandemic. And with a strong thought of compassion from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. It goes to the crown of each of those people experiencing hardships, whether physical or mental. Healing light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, and more importantly, purifying them of the causes of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. So rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart that you've been able to relieve those billions of people experiencing hardships because of the pandemic. You've been able to relieve their physical and mental sufferings. And not only that, purify them of the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now finally, bringing to mind as vividly as you can, as much detail as you can manage, all sentient beings, all the beings in the 6 realms, not only those in the human realm, not only those in the animal realm, but those in the gods, the demigods, the preta and hell being realms, thinking with as much as you know of their particular sufferings from being born in those realms, as well as their general sufferings from being in samsara, this cycle of suffering existence. With a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve them from their suffering, from the heart of yourself as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those sentient beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their particular and general sufferings of samsara, and most importantly, the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, fully enlightened being. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at least at the level of this visualization, you've been able to relieve all sentient beings, all the beings in the 6 realms, in all universes, not only their immediate sufferings, but from the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform each and every one of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now we'll recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to relieve the Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just concluding with some dedication verses from Shantideva, chapter 10, the dedication chapter in A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. So just think that any positive energy we've created by doing this practice is dedicated to these particular goals. Through the virtues of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then, may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much, and now handing over to who?
Hi there.
Oh, you're back
Have a
again.
lovely lunch today with Carson for his birthday.
Yes, I'm sure we will. It'll be a big party. There's at least 50 people booked in.
Oh gosh, how wonderful. Rejoicing. So it's Geshe Sampton's birthday here, so we're celebrating his birthday as well later. So
Okay.
very good.
Okay, enjoy. See you soon.
See you. So yes, as we celebrate all these birthdays, but also World Environment Day, and I know that the Dharma kids are up there creating a storm, I think, and you know, sort of engaging in activities, awareness of our environment, which is so important for us to keep in mind, hold in mind. Not just this day, but every day, and we saw how the impacts of COVID have been in the world in relation to that. And as I mentioned, Geshe Sampton's, you know, slightly older than Venerable Kartsen. I've watched, you know, from afar as Geshe-la's hair has got grayer and grayer, and we've got a beautiful photo of him with his jet black hair when he first came to Vajrayana Institute, and yeah, we've turned him grey. It's aging. It happens to us all. But also, if I'm just taking, I'll just be aware of if any sound intrudes. I've got my headphones ready to put in, so maybe you can just tell me if it does, because it just happens to be today that they're starting to rebuild, renovate Geshe-la's kitchen upstairs. So hopefully we'll all be okay with sound, but Tim, if you just send me something on the chat, I'll see that if I need to plug in. Okay. All right. So setting a vast bodhicitta motivation for engaging in this powerful practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, known as liberating the Sakya from disease, and particularly keeping in mind everyone affected by this COVID pandemic, which is certainly the whole world of us human beings, not to mention all the other beings in the world affected. And as we've seen, you know, the impact on the earth, which, you know, sort of we saw last year was, we could say at one level, a very positive one, which tells us just how interdependent everything is, as if we didn't even or really realize just at this very manifest level, that once we start zooming around the world by flight and started zooming online and stopped, you know, sort of engaging in a lot of crowd behavior and so forth and whatever, that the earth had time to breathe, take a breather, take a breath. So for ourselves too, to be able to continue to take breath for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of beings, as long as space endures, as long as sentient beings endures. From Shantideva. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and riches is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and results are so profound, and that the suffering of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three red sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. So then, holding that in mind, turning to the space-like refuge of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer: all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, visualizing all sentient beings around us arising in human form, engaging in this practice, and by visualizing in this way, we're creating the causes for them to attain a precious human rebirth, such as we have right now with all the leisures and endowments. And all, we just run towards this, engaging in this prayerathon, and we can think, following the Guru's advice to participate and to continue to participate, over time. And even it was recently checked with Rinpoche, and of course we continue on, because look at what's happening in the world with this terrible pandemic, and all the variants coming up that are even more vicious, of course. That's what viruses do than the one before, and making it so difficult in the world, or everywhere in the world that is incredibly suffering. Of course, we see, sort of these variants popping up here in Australia, and I have to say popping up rather than being overwhelmed, like in India and Brazil and Mexico and parts of Europe and parts of Africa and so many places, in the world. And that may everyone be safe, be well, everyone. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. And then I forgot about being in the flight path here at Vajrayana Institute in Sydney. I remember that from many years of leading meditation, and we just incorporated the planes into it. Of course, these are flying around Australia. Let me just plug in my earphones. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for the refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, every atom around us, human form, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, rejoicing, delighting that we have this heartfelt spiritual connection, our Dharma connection with the Buddha and all the manifestations of the Buddha in this world and in all other world systems. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, resting in that empty clarity of your own mind, the cause to attain, the potentiality of attaining the Dharmakaya, the truth body, wisdom body of the Buddha, which is not a body, but is like infinite space. Infinite clarity, luminosity, awareness, omniscience. Well, maybe we're not at the omniscience yet, but creating the cause for that through the power of our practice, following in the practices of all our, perfect, pure lineage lamas all the way back to Shakyamuni Buddha, irrefutable. And gaining their blessings, thinking that all of them blessing your mental continuum to engage powerfully in this practice. And from that vast, spacious clarity, luminosity, awareness, being simply aware of all beings on every atom of space, aware of the situations in the world, aware of the necessity of our practice, aware that yes, we can, we must, we will attain enlightenment for their benefit. So out of that propulsion of bodhicitta, the awakening mind, the mind of infinite altruistic compassion, with even regard towards all beings, just like the Buddha, no differentiation, regardless of whether beings help, harm, or do neither, and holding them all in our gaze as our kind mothers in our hearts. Visualizing above their crown, as well as your own, an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion arising in the form of Chenrezig or of Tara or Shakyamuni Buddha, of your gurus, of whoever for you most powerfully embodies infinite altruistic compassion, bodhicitta, the awakening mind, the mind of enlightenment. And in that way, empowering our practice, creating the causes for our infinite altruistic compassion based on our already innate compassion, as Charles Darwin said, we're hardwired for that, but building, till it becomes spontaneous, uncontrived bodhicitta. And for all these beings around us, we recite the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, which is ever so powerful, that as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, speaking of the benefits, elaborately speaks of the benefits, but just that 10 malas of the mantra, and then any being that touches the air, or the air that's touched your skin, or when you go in a pool, or go in the ocean, any being gets blessed by the power of that practice. Amazing. I remember one time going down here, it was a eclipse day, I think a solar eclipse. And we were at Darling Harbour, the Jade Buddha, which is now abiding at the Great Stupa in Bendigo, was at Darling Harbour. And so many of us were going there, and we went, and a group of us with Venerable Rabina, and reciting Sangha Sutra there, because we were going to recite it here, and it's like, no, come on, let's go to the Jade Buddha and recite there. And then, of course, Geshe Dawa we saw in the afternoon and so forth. But going into the gardens, the Chinese gardens, and had a mala like this, and I had my feet in the water reciting, thinking for the fish. And then this fish came through the mala, literally flew through. I mean, wow. Okay, that's profound. Maybe we can create the causes for liberating the fish, like in the Golden Light Sutra. Anyway, just let's go for it in our practice. Think big, as Lama Yeshe says. Think big. You can do it. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Then every being around you, on every atom of space above the crown, this embodiment of infinite altruistic compassion in the nature of light dissolves, and it's just like snowflakes, sort of melting and just coming in as a cool, refreshing, soothing energy, like the moon. We watched during Sakadawa, the full moon, the blood moon, the eclipse, so that cool, powerful moon, like when the Buddha taking birth in that lunar eclipse of the 15th of the fourth month. Pacifying, cooling all the anxieties or the grief or the irritations or the frustrations of not being able to travel, not having freedom and so forth, not knowing if your loved ones are alive or dead. In the past couple of weeks while I've been here at Vajrayana Institute, we've had a number of Nepali families come in whose unfortunate family members have passed away in Nepal due to COVID. And of course, wonderful that they're able to come and we do prayers and so forth. And we continue to do prayers for those. But we know that heartache of being separated from our loved ones and not being there, you know, for them as we always intended throughout all our lives. All of this, you know, compassion from your heart to theirs. And that, you know, sort of that, all that healing energy coming to abide at that precious jewel, the Mani jewel at the heart of Chenrezig, coming to abide there at your heart chakra, connecting your heart chakra to those of all the other sentient beings around you, every atom of space, you know, that you visualized around you. And as it says in Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. At all times, may we be able to do that. And then, of course, holding them dear right now as we recite together the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. Mere instant. That not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So here, of course, I look down to the wheel of life that's here at the back of the Gompa, you know, massive tanka, massive reminder of impermanence and death, all of us. I mean, we hear the teachings and we see it manifest in the world, and still our minds are confused and, well, of course, upset. You know, it's natural upset, of course. You know, if we weren't like that, we wouldn't have this compassion, you know. But it's like it comes as a surprise to us when, of course, it's no surprise. Death is certain. Inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. We all want that, don't we, right now? And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can think that all the prayers and dedications of all the Sangha around the world participating in this prayerathon, all those who participate wherever they are on YouTube or on Zoom or so forth, week after week. It's such a highlight of my week to think, yes, we've got our prayerathon on again, and just to do our bit, whatever we can do for the benefit of the world at this time. So the final Lamrim dedication from my two types of merits vastest space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the mind of all beings with the points of the path as I have discerned them. May I uphold Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread or once spread have declined. May I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time. By even this graded path to enlightenment completed, due to the wondrous virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons, may all human and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in any of the lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the tenfold Mahayana virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. And then the long life prayers for our precious gurus. Gangri wa we ko we shin kam de pendang de wa malu shun we ne Chenrezig Institute Gyatso yi sha pe si te ba dur ten guru chi. For Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And we can think for both His Holiness Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our precious gurus, guiding us with the practices to do at this crazy time in the world, so that, you know, when the going get tough, we get praying, right? We get generating positive energy in the world for the benefit of the world, for all of those suffering from this pandemic, and suffering from all afflictions, which is all of us in samsara. Tu su shan xin jam gun yao wei chen xin yam bao wei kun zo du po se chuk sum ko wei le man tu zhu pa dan su du she gun du shap tin chu. You uphold the subdues moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then sealing all our collective merits gathered, past, present, future, all the 10 directions, all lifetimes, all beings, sealing that with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, a mere hallucination my mind has made up, attain a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, which is a dependent arising, depending on many, many causes and conditions coming together over eons. Achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, which exist in mere name, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, which does not exist from its own side. So thank you very much. Hello, Venerable Dechen La, great to see you.
Hey, okay, La. How are you?
Hi, Choki. Hi, Dechen.
How's Bendigo? Oh, there's one molar.
Very cold.
Very cold. Yeah, I was at the stupa recently, which is why I'm in not yet back in Queensland, because I went to Victoria. So there you go. I go back Monday.
What did you go to Victoria for?
Prisons. People took refuge. It was worth it.
Oh,
Regional
no.
Victoria. Nowhere near any cases. Anyway, I'm COVID. All of that.
Whereabouts?
Just got to wait
Malden?
for Queensland to let.
Did you go to Malden?
To where?
To Malden.
No. We were in Durrangale and Beechworth. Yeah, Durrangale and Beechworth. And then we just popped down to lunch to the Great Stupa. I mean, as you do, you know, an hour and a half to get to lunch.
It's amazing.
Anyway, good to see you. I hope you're well down there, and I know it's cold.
Okay. Where are you?
I'll hand over to you. I'm at Vajrayana Institute. Vajrayana in Sydney.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you.
In
I
the
was
main
just-
Gompa here.
Yes. I've never been there, so I didn't recognize the backdrop.
Yeah. So,
Okay, well, look, thank you so much for handing over to me, Venerable Chokila, and it's wonderful to hear you're doing very well with all your prison work. That's fantastic. We really rejoice in that.
Yep. Okay, over to you.
And thank you to everybody in Queensland. I think we had Jeff and Wangmo there. You guys do a great job in maintaining this platform for the IMI prayers, prayerathon that we've been doing. And like Choki, it's become a feature of my week every week. Come Wednesday, Thursday, or maybe even Friday, I think, oh, I need to go and online and sort out what time slot I'm going to do this week. I would like to acknowledge the First Nation owners of this country. And I think they've got many tribes throughout Australia, and I think it's the Dja Dja Rung tribe here, mob here in Bendigo, acknowledged that they were the First Nations with a complete culture and rich spirituality within themselves, and that pray that the circumstances may change and develop, that we can embrace their culture and their spirituality again, that it does become a part of mainstream life for us all. I think it's wonderful. Our Indigenous people, they would have to be one of the oldest living cultures in the world. They are a very old culture who really looked after this country, Australia, very well for many centuries. And it's so sad to see the way that our culture has only been here for maybe 2 centuries, coming up for 2 centuries, that, you know, we've really made quite a mess of it. So yeah, I hope things change, and that our Indigenous culture begins to become stronger and more part of our mainstream life. So I was going to go out to the Great Stupa today, but it was just way too cold for that, and there's no sun out there as well. So I've decided just to stay here safely in my bedroom. So let's start off with a motivation and setting our awareness and our intention for the next hour. I'm going to be here with you for the next hour. And during this week, we've been continued on with the Bodhisattva's way of life teachings by our very precious Geshe Sultram up here at Chenrezig. And we're up to the dedication chapter, Shantideva's dedication chapter, which is widely known for just how profound and how extensive it is. And you know, with just the whole concept of dedication, which Shantideva just embraces fully, totally, really gets as much as you can out of dedication, which is an aspiration with a specific intention. Now, it might be dead, you know, for us, you know, our specific intention is for COVID to become free in our world, and that all the suffering created by COVID is relieved, and the causes of COVID be overcome. Is that, you know, if we can do this with the 6 perfections, was one of the points that came up today, so that, you know, when we practice, if we can practice using all 6 perfections within our intention. So the first of the perfections is practicing generosity. And so, may the time that we spend with this prayer, may it be of benefit to all beings, not only in the human realm. May the kindness and the purification that occurs because of these prayers, may it have a rippling effect to all other realms as well. So practicing generosity from our hearts, with our time and with our attitude, our intention. And then the next perfection is ethics, of doing no harm. In fact, of being of benefit. And so we do this prayer, this practice with the highest of ethics that we can muster within our mind stream, of doing no harm, of only doing benefit. May these prayers be truly beneficial. May I remind on focus, so that the ethics are very pure. May not my self-cherishing, self-grasping not arise while I'm doing this. May I maintain the attitude of others, wanting to benefit others, maintaining pure ethical conduct. Then the next perfection is patience. Patience with ourselves while we do this practice. We aim for the highest motivation and our highest capacity in doing these prayers in a pure way. But it also, because inevitably we'll probably slip a little bit when I'm speaking for myself, certainly, but I will try my best to maintain my focus for the next hour. And be patient with myself when I slip, and just gently and patiently bring myself back to my focus of these prayers. And also patience in that the effect of these prayers, that it would be wonderful if just by saying these prayers that their intention became reality. But sadly, that is not the case. So we need to practice patience, knowing that the intention of these prayers does have an effect, not only within my immediate environment, my own mind stream, but also in the mind stream of many, many others as well, and just in the universal energy. And then practicing joyous effort, joyous perseverance, that with enthusiasm throughout this practice. Is how fortunate we are, the joy of being able to practice as our gurus, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche has requested. Just what an inspiration he is, and just how pleased and happy we all are to do this practice for the benefit of all beings, and as our precious guru has encouraged us to do so. So bring that joy into this practice today, to really persevere at a high level of intention. Then we have concentration, just really remaining on point, remaining with the practice, not allowing ourselves to be distracted, remaining in the present. May I be able to do this. Maintain a high level of mindfulness and alertness to remain present throughout this whole practice. So its potency is increased exponentially. And thus the benefit of the practice is increased exponentially. And we do this with wisdom of the three spheres that with us, the meditators, the second sphere is why we are meditating, the suffering in the world associated with COVID throughout the whole world. That's the second sphere. And the third sphere is our actual practice, the prayers, the aspirations that we generate during this time. And that's why these three spheres, which are all shifting targets, in effect, they're not static targets. That they're always moving. So there is no inherent existence, inherent effect. It is only through the combination of these three spheres that allows for the energy to be produced, our aspirations, our intentions. So just spend a few moments seeing if we can really embed this very potent bodhisattva intention using the 6 perfections. Okay, so let's start off with the Vajra speech of the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from diseases. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So spend time visualizing all sentient beings, infinite like space. As far as the eye can see, are sitting with us in refuge posture. All these beings who have been our mothers, who have been so kind to us. All beings who only want happiness and be free from suffering, just like myself. We go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Our teacher, who inspires us, who has already gone ahead and has reached perfect enlightenment, and who now, in his kindness, is teaching the way, the path, and showing us the way and the path. And that by taking refuge, we come under the protection of the precious Guru. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. So just visualize just above the collection of all sentient beings. The gurus, the yidams, the Buddhas, the Dharma, and the Sangha. All the many Buddhas. The Sangha as in the refuge field, which includes the dakinis, yidams, gurus, this holy merit field, refuge field, is limitless, like space, and are just above all of us who are taking refuge, who are pleading that we become under their protection. Once again, see if you can develop a sense of the emptiness of this, the three spheres. The meditator, that's being meditated upon. The refuge field, and then the action of us meditating and them accepting our request. And without these three spheres, constant action, it's not as though we just make the request once. We make it over and over again. And it's not as though the gurus, our teachers, just teach us once. No, thankfully they tell us again and again and again. Then there is that process of us, the awareness of listening, of trying to hear what they are saying, taking it on. And this brings us into the final refuge. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And this is when we can really develop some sort of experience within us of the three spheres, the lack of inherent existence of anything. And that we can bring this in through the dissolution process. That there's our holy gurus, our holy teachers, the yidams, deities, that they go out and they touch all of us. Their love and compassion, we are transformed into their wisdom, their Dharmakaya mind. That this dissolves and enters through the crown of our head, and that we become one with our guru deity at our hearts, which again dissolves from above and below. And I've got another version of Om Mani Padme Hum, sadly not by His Holiness, but by a beautiful a cappella group of three women chanting Om Mani Padme Hum. So while we hold this this state of our Dharmakaya mind, just allow the vibrations of this mantra Om Mani Padme Hum to fill your space, and that this space is limitless space, touching all beings throughout the world. through our own understanding and awareness of our own Dhammakaya mind. And if this is all just mumble jumble, just try and develop a sense of spaciousness within your mind that touches all beings. And we'll do this for a while we listen to Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Okay, so now let's move on to some Tara praises. Tara, the protector, all-pervading protector. I find Tara is always my go-to, that I'm in strife and I want help right now. It's Tara the Liberator. So we'll do some Tara praises before we move into some recitations of the actual prayer for overcoming diseases. So if you've got Tara praises somewhere. I prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift, heroic, eyes like lightning, instantaneous, sprung from opening stamens of the Lord of Three Worlds, tear-born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as 1,000-star collection. Homage golden blue one lotus, water-born and hand-adorned, giving effort, calm austerities, patience, meditation, her sphere. Homage crown and Tathagatas, actions triumph without limit, relied on by conqueror's children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with Tutare, whom desire direction and space, trampling with her feet the 7 worlds, able to draw forth all beings. Homage worshipped by the All Lords, Chakra, Anu, Brahma, Maru, honored by the hosts of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas and Yakshas. Homage with her tray and pay sounds, destroying foes' magic diagrams, her feet pressing left out riding, blazing in a raging fireplace. Homage to a very dreadful destroyer of Mara's champions. She with frowning lotus visage, who would slayer of all enemies. Homage at her heart, her fingers adorn her with 3 jewel mudra. Light rain masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. Homage she so joyous, radiant, crown emitting garlands of light, mirthful laughing with Tutare, subjugating Mara's Davis. Homage she able to summon all her guardians assembly, shaking, frowning with her horn sign, saving from every misfortune. Homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining, Amitabha in her hand up, sending out much light eternal. Homage she mid-wreath ablaze like eon-ending fire abiding, right stretched with bent joy surrounds you, troops of enemies destroying. Homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and her foot beats it, scowling with the letter Huna, 7 levels she does conquer. Homage happy, virtuous, peaceful, she whose field is peace nirvana, she endowed with almonds for her, destroyer of the great evil. Homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder, free with human knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters. Homage Jure with seed letter of the shape of syllable, 5-foot stamping shakes the 3 worlds, Meru, Mandara, and Vidya. Homage holding in her hand the hair-marked moon of Deva lake form, was twice spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Homage she whom gods and their kings and the Kingaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor, she dispels bad dreams and conflicts. Homage she whose 2 eyes bright with radiance of sun and full moon, was twice Hara and Tutare, she dispels severe contagion. Homage full of liberating, powered by set of 3 natures, destroys hopes of spirits, yakshas, and raise causes supreme Ture. These praises with the root mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Prostrations to the 35 confession Buddhas. All my prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift, heroic, eyes like lightning, instantaneous. From opening stamens of the Lord of Three Worlds, dear-born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as 1,000-star collection. Homage golden blue one lotus, water-born and hand adorned, giving effort, calm austerities, patience, meditation, her sphere. Homage crown of Tathagatas, actions triumph without limit, relied on by conquerors' children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with tutare, whom desire direction and space, trampling with her feet the 7 worlds, able to draw forth all beings. Homage worshipped by the All Lords, Chakra, Anu, Brahmu, Maru, honored by the hosts of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas and Yakshas. Homage with her tray and pay sounds, destroying false magic diagrams, her feet pressing left out riding, blazing in a raging fireplace. Homage to a very dreadful destroyer of Mara's champions, she with frowning lotus visage, who was slayer of all enemies. Homage at her heart, her fingers adorn her with 3 jewel mudra. Light masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. Homage she so joyous, radiant, crown emitting garlands of light, mirthful laughing with utare, subjugating Mara's Davis. Homage she able to summon all her guardians assembly, shaking, frowning with her home sign, saving from every misfortune. Homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining, Amitabha in her hand up, sending out much light eternal. Homage she mid-wreath ablaze like eon ending fire abiding, right stretched left bent joy surrounds you, troops of enemies destroying. Homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and her foot beats it, scaling with the letter Humna, 7 levels she does conquer. Homage happy, virtuous, peaceful, she whose field is peace nirvana, she endowed with Om and Swaha, destroyer of the great evil. Homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder, free with Hum and knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters. Homage to a wizard letter of the shape of syllable Hum, 5-foot stamping shakes of 3 worlds, Meru, Mandara, and Vidya. Homage holding in her hand the hammock moon of Deva Lake form, with twice spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Homage she whom gods and their kings and the Kinnaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor, she dispels bad dreams and conflicts. Homage she whose 2 eyes bright with radiance of sun and full moon, with twice Hara and Tutare, she dispels severe contagion. Homage full of liberating, power by set of 3 natures, destroys hopes of spirits, yakshas, and raise causes supreme to these praises with the root mantras and prostrations, thus are 21. All my prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara, swift, heroic, eyes like lightning, instantaneous, sprung from opening stamens of the Lord of Three Worlds, dear-born lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn moons at fullest, blazing with light rays resplendent as 1,000-star collection. Homage golden blue one lotus, water-born and hand adorned, giving effort, calm austerities, patience, meditation, her sphere. Homage crown of Tathagatas, actions triumph without limit, relied on by conquerors' children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with tutare, whom desire direction and space, trampling with her feet the 7 worlds, able to draw forth all beings. Homage worshipped by the All Lords, Chakra, Anu, Brahmu, Maru, honored by the hosts of spirits, corpse raisers, Gandharvas and Yakshas. Homage with her tray and pay sounds, destroying false magic diagrams, her feet pressing left out riding, blazing in a raging fireplace. Homage to a very dreadful destroyer of Mara's champions, she with frowning lotus visage, who was slayer of all enemies. Homage at her fingers, adorn her with 3 jewel mudra, light ray masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. Homage she so joyous, radiant, crown emitting garlands of light, mirthful laughing with Utare, subjugating Maras Davis. Homage she able to summon all her guardians assembly, shaking, frowning with her home sign, saving from every misfortune. Homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining, Amitabha in her hand up, sending out much light eternal. Homage she mid-wreath ablaze like eon ending fire abiding, light stretched with bent joy surrounds you, troops of enemies destroying. Homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and her foot beats it, scaling with the letter Humna, 7 levels she does conquer. Homage happy, virtuous, peaceful, she whose field is peace nirvana, she endowed with Om and Swaha, destroyer of the great evil. Homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder, free with whom a knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters. Homage Jure with seed letter of the shape of syllable, 5-foot stamping shakes the 3 wells, Meru, Mandara, and Vidya. Homage holding in her hand the hammock moon of Deva Lakeful, with twice spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Homage she whom gods and their kings and the Kinaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor, she dispels bad dreams and conflicts. Homage she whose 2 eyes bright with radiance of sun and fullness, with twice Hara and Tutare, she dispels severe contagion. Homage full of liberating, power by set of 3 natures, destroys hosts of spirits, yakshas, and race cultures supreme Ture. These praises with the root mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Okay, so now we will go back to the prayer liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the world. We'll repeat this passage twice more and then just spend a minute reflecting on the meaning of it. The Lamrim points that are brought up in this one verse that and it allows us to reflect and increase the potency of this whole prayer, understanding how powerful it can be. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harm to the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of this world. And we'll repeat this 2 more times and then spend a few minutes just reflecting on the meaning of the verse. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatened diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. In our final recitation of this verse, and maybe at the end of it when we do the reflection, it's an opportunity to practice some Tonglen, giving and taking on all the fear, all the suffering, and giving out peace and happiness to all. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 diseases that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, by the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. So with great courage and patience and joyous effort, we take this on. All the root causes for harm, and we give out peace, love and compassion. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. This verse quite succinctly puts into how you can practice Tonglen by taking on the disturbance of the four elements and giving out long life, good health, and well-being. And then the final verse, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I mean, this dedication verse, it's amazing, really. It's just sort of, as I read it again for the umpteenth time, by the compassion of the gurus, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, one, compassion, but two, the power, and three, the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. I mean, this clearly highlights this, or maybe not clearly, but it does highlight the three spheres. By the dedications of these prayers be fulfilled. That energy comes about, goodwill, energy, negativities, etc. They all come about through the meeting of many factors, and particularly in this dedication, this strong, powerful dedication through the power of our gurus, the power of the dakinis and dharma protectors, through the power of the compassion of our kind gurus, through the power of the law of cause and effect, karma, infallibility of karma. It does. It shows the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. Like they are all parts of the 3 spheres that I've talked about. The infallibility of karma. Karma is due to these 3 spheres: the person, the action, and the object. The compassion of our gurus, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, guardians, the power of the infallibility of karma and its results. May these prayers that we make today be quickly fulfilled. Let all beings be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. See if you can hold this awareness of the 3 spheres in this dedication. And using the 6 perfections, really fanning the power of our dedications with the power of generosity, just giving fully with our whole body, speech and mind, with the power of good ethics, our intention to do no harm but only to benefit others, the power of patience, our willingness to wait, knowing that the energy we have created is vast and that the results will occur as karma, infallibility of karma unfolds. By the power of our joyous effort to this practice today, by the power of our concentration and actually trying to stay on point throughout the whole meditation, whole practice, always thinking of others, wanting long life, good health and peace. Concentration in trying to understand the wisdom of the 3 spheres, and that this is where the strength, where the power of this prayer really lies, and the wisdom, the final perfection. And of course, we dedicate this to our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama in the land encircled by the snowy mountains. You are the source of all happiness and peace, all-powerful Chenrezig Gyatso, who is the savior of the whole world, who continues encouraging us every day in all his teachings. Just the simplicity and the basic bones of all spiritual traditions, to practice compassion and to do no harm, to be of benefit. Like he has said, what is one of his quotes, religion, kindness is my religion. Always greeting others as long lost friends. And to our very precious Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche in Lama Yeshe. Who created the FPMT and the IMI, guiding us and directing us to always practice Dharma, as purely as we can. And all the teachers at Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and our precious Lama Yeshe have introduced us to Circle Rinpoche, His Eminence Ling Rinpoche. These Lama Zopas provide us with so many teachers, our Geshes at our centers, our precious Geshes. May they have long lives. And may we always be sitting at their feet while they are teaching us until we too reach enlightenment. May we always be on their inner circle. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I got a bit carried away.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you. I like to come to your session. It moves my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, I think after doing it, like how many weeks have we been doing it now? It is such a powerful and strong practice. And if you really allow your mind to mull over it, you can't help but be moved. It's just we're just so, the silver lining of COVID, I guess.
Indeed. I think you're absolutely right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Lovely to see you, my dear.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day.
Enjoy your session.
Thank you. How to do? Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Welcome to this next session and our activity of healing the world by means of the prayer, the powerful prayer, as Venerable Dechen has pointed out, the powerful prayer of the great meditator Thangtong Gyalpo, this prayer of freeing Sakya from disease, freeing all of us from disease, from diseases of body, of mind, and the causes of those diseases. If you're joining now, just now, or even for the first time, you can find the text of the prayers in the notes below, as well as some dedication prayers, which we'll get to later. I'm Losan Tendran, and I'm greeting you from my room in Jamyang Chiling Nunnery in Dharamsala, India. So let's sit comfortably in a meditation posture, if that's possible. And your meditation posture is yours to determine. a posture that allows you to be completely comfortable and relaxed and focused for the next 30 minutes. If you like, you can sit on a cushion, on a chair, in any way that can, so that you can focus your mind and let go of whatever you were thinking about earlier, what happened this morning, earlier in the day, because that's past and no longer exists. And letting go of whatever you're thinking about in the future, what you might do later, that doesn't exist. And focus here and now and first, because meditation, because all activity begins within one's own mind, focus within, being comfortable and becoming aware of your breathing. And with each exhalation, letting go of any stress. You can make it a conscious exhalation if you like. And with that, mentally relax. And with each inhalation, you can feel rejuvenation, energy pervading your body, strength of mind. And just for a few breaths, focus on your breath, or on your own mind, or on any particular object that you might tend to use for placement meditation. And just for a few minutes, a few seconds, utilizing mindfulness and introspection, focus on that object, the breath or your mind, and relax into that. And with that feeling of relaxation, calmness, think, visualize if you can, all sentient beings around us. It is on independence on sentient beings that we create our actions. It's in dependence on sentient beings that we have the opportunity to practice morality, to generate affectionate love. We have the opportunity to practice patience and joyous effort, and what results from those practices: meditative concentration, the wisdom realizing emptiness, the things that make us able to benefit effortlessly all sentient beings. The three jewels, which are a causal refuge, and which we will become the resultant refuge. These arise in dependence on great compassion, and great compassion arises in dependence on sentient beings. It arises from observing all sentient beings without excluding even one. So we want to do that. Excuse me. So feel all sentient beings around us. If possible, visualize them, not jammed together, but extending through space, beginning with those closest to us in this life: mother, father, siblings, relatives, friends on either side and behind, and in front on the same level or a little lower, not because they're lower, but because we want to visualize the field of refuge also. Those with whom we have perhaps conflicted feelings, feelings of frustration, maybe anger, and then all sentient beings of the six realms in human form seated around us. Whatever visual you have, the most important thing is to feel, to know that all sentient beings are all around us. And with that feeling, to have a more important feeling that we are connected to all sentient beings. We are all connected to each other. And we want to use this as a basis to generate our motivation for this session, to generate the bodhicitta motivation, to generate affectionate love, kindness, wishing for all to have happiness and well-being, including ourselves. and to generate compassion, wishing for every sentient being to be free from every kind of suffering, and that we can free them from every kind of suffering, from the suffering of diseases of the body and mind, and from the effects of war and violence, overt and covert, what we call natural disasters of earth, water, fire, and wind, free from the sufferings that result from poverty and all forms of deprivation. And most important, actually, from the causes, the afflicted states of mind, and the karma that results from these afflicted states. We want to free all of us from the pervasive potential for suffering. And how can we do this? How can we ensure that each sentient being has happiness and it has true well-being? What we need to achieve our goals is the loving kindness and compassion which leads us to work for sentient beings. So we need to generate the conviction that this is the best way to achieve it, our goal, to serve others selflessly. We can use this for our motivation, or whatever motivation most moves your mind. With all sentient beings around us, all of us connected to each other, generate the motivation to free all of us from suffering and the causes of suffering, and to establish all in true happiness and peace and well-being. And to do that, visualize in the space before you your root guru, if you have one, in a form that pleases you, as a monk or a nun or a layperson. You can visualize the three precious jewels, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, or you can think that your guru embodies the three jewels. Your guru who is guiding you unmistakably out of suffering to enlightenment. This is our refuge, which is always with us. So with the mind of refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, we can recite together, we can think, essence encompassing all of the Buddhas, you, O holy precious Guru, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, foremost of all the noble ones intent on virtue. In the glorious holy Guru, I go for refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, hindrances on the path to not arise, that I cease all wrong conceptions and attain the two precious bodhicittas. And here we can think of His Holiness's teachings from June 1 and 2, his bestowal of the unified bodhicittas, two bodhicittas, the moon represented by the moon disk, relative bodhicitta, that effortless commitment to work selflessly for all sentient beings, which we will embody here. And on top of that, the Vajra, ultimate bodhicitta, the wisdom realizing emptiness, the emptiness which is concomitant with dependent arising. And we can keep this in our minds during this session and think, determined to be of the greatest benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel. I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like the wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and the wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of all transmigratory beings. And now we can turn directly to the refuge specific to our activity here today, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Gomchen Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. And again, you'll find that in the notes below. All sentient beings, equal to space, go to refuge for the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. This is the causal refuge. This is what brings us to enlightenment. This brings us to fulfill our ability, our purpose to benefit all sentient beings spontaneously. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the resultant refuge, which we have within us. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddhas. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and lakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and lakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now visualize on the crown of our heads, each of us, a white lotus of wisdom and the stainless white moon disk of precious bodhicitta. And on this appears the all-compassionate Chenrezig. Chenrezig has a faultless snow-white body. And here, although there are many forms of the Aryabhata Chenrezig, we can visualize Chenrezig with 4 arms. The first 2 are full. He's seated in the Vajra posture. The first 2 of his arms are folded in prayer at his heart. In the other right hand, he holds a crystal jeweled mala, and in the other, a white lotus in full bloom. His eyes look with infinite compassion on each individual sentient being without any partiality throughout space. And you could visualize Chenrezig on this moon disk of bodhicitta of method. If you're more comfortable, visualize. Otherwise, if you're more comfortable with this, visualize Chenrezig directly in front of you, a little higher than the sentient beings. Most important is knowing that Chenrezig is inseparable, indistinguishable from our root guru, who has every quality of Chenrezig. So at the heart of all compassionate Chenrezig is your root guru. And if you like, you can think at the heart of Chenrezig is His Holiness the Dalai Lama, inseparable from Chenrezig. And with this visualization, we'll recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite, visualize light shining from the form of Chenrezig going out and touching each and every sentient being, who is then purified of all negative karma and its causes. All the afflicted minds of ignorance and confusion, all of these are purified. And as this happens, you can think of the outer universe, the environment, the outer realm, becoming a clean, pure, perfect environment. You can think of places you've been or seen or imagined that you find most desirable, that you go to in your own minds. You can think of the trees and streams, beaches, beautiful skies, the sounds of birds, delightful aromas, each of your senses entranced. And you can offer this, create this in this environment, touched by the light rays of Chenrezig. And the body, speech, and mind of each and every sentient being, including ourselves, becomes free of disease, discomfort, negativities, free of all faults. And on the crown of each will become the lotus and moon and the compassionate, omniscient form of all-powerful Chenrezig. If you have the empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, sending out light rays. We can recite the mantra now. You can do it aloud or quietly. And as we recite, infuse this compassionate activity with meditation on emptiness in a simple way, if you like, by thinking our being here, our activity, our relation with our guru, Chenrezig, with all sentient beings. This is all dependently arisen. And these activities of body, speech, and mind are all dependently related. So let's recite the mantra of great compassion of Chenrezig and purify the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And with this pure visualization, Chenrezig on the crowns of our heads, around us, all sentient beings, purified, body, speech, and mind, just like Chenrezig and the environment, the beautiful universe. Whatever visualization you have, the blue skies, the wispy white clouds, the blooming trees of flowers, the sounds of water running over shiny pebbles in the streams, the sounds of birds flying through the skies, the sweet smells of flowers or incense, the lovely touch, things that are soft and yielding, all the things that you're visualizing. And we can use this then to turn to the prayer, the actual prayer, and we can dedicate the merits of all of this activity by means of this powerful prayer. Due to these merits, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, the illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. Due to these merits, may all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all of these not occur in the realms of the world. Due to these merits, may all embodied beings be unharmed, but the 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits who harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum. Due to these merits, may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. But the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, the inconceivable compassion, the great compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, our Gurus who are the Triple Gem, and who are guiding us to enlightenment, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the unmistaken truth of karma and its results. May these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately. And let's rejoice in the merits of ourselves and others who engaged in activities of compassion today, of benefiting sentient beings, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, the merits of those hosting this activity, thank you very much. And the merits of the technical support making this possible, thank you very much, technical support. The merits of all who act with compassion, seeking to benefit others, those seen and those whom we don't see, acting in this way, known and unknown, those working with disease on the front lines, as we say, those working behind the lines, those who are experiencing depression, who are working with those experiencing depression, psychosis, violence, deprivation, loss, those who are providing food and shelter and comfort throughout the world. And as we hold each other with compassion and affection and loving kindness, let's continue this activity in any way possible until all suffering realms are completely emptied of all beings. And we dedicate our merits in the following way. If there are beings, sentient beings, or projects for which you especially wish to dedicate the merits, bring those to mind now. And we can think, may all holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all holy beings remain for a very long time in life after life, and that we are never separated from them. May all their holy wishes be fulfilled without delay. May our precious teachers have long, healthy lives, and may we fulfill their holy wishes exactly as expressed. May those who have died recently, who've died or died recently, or who are dying now, be reborn in a pure land, or at least with a perfect human rebirth. May they meet the perfect spiritual friend, receive the Dharma, actualize the complete path to enlightenment, or whatever path is most suitable to them. May those who are ill with physical illness, depression, and so on, especially illnesses related to COVID-19, become quickly relieved of all illness. May the supreme and precious bodhicitta, which has not arisen in myself and others, arise and grow right now without a second's delay. And where it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all illnesses, without exception, cease and never occur again. And we can use the 3 verses from Nagarjuna's Precious Garland to generate bodhicitta vows. And this is good to do every day if you care to. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood of the forest, may always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. And here we can think how we are equal with each other. How I cherish my own life, and they, all sentient beings, are the same. May I cherish them more than myself. May I exchange myself for others. May I cherish them more than myself. And what does that mean? May all their negative karmas ripen upon me. And by giving all my virtues to ripen upon them, may I establish them in true happiness and peace. For as long as even one sentient being is not liberated from cyclic existence for that long, may I remain in cyclic existence, even though I attain Buddhahood. And we can seal our activities with with our activities of merit with emptiness, by thinking of the three circles, the one engaging in these activities, the activities at which we're engaged, and the action of engaging in those activities are all completely empty of true existence, arising interdependently, and yet able to function, able to accomplish these goals. And we can now think of the long life prayers, recite the long life prayers, commit ourselves to this thinking. First for His Holiness, you who are the sole protector of the snowland teachings and all sentient beings, who clearly show the path of unified compassion and emptiness. To you, the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduer's moral ways, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine. You who magnificently accomplish the prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. May all beings everywhere, plagued by suffering of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never arise again. May as many beings as exist in the 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. In all my lives, never apart from you, my perfectly pure gurus, may I enjoy magnificent Dharma. By accomplishing all the good qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain your very state of Vajradharahood, of complete enlightenment. Thank you all very much. Venerable Kadrula. Hello. Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Yeah, good. How are things over that side of the hill?
I think they're I think they're very good. And on your side?
Yeah, the same.
Okay, good. Glad to see you.
Yeah,
Wishing you a good session.
yeah, thanks.
Okay, I think it's right on. I think usually I'm following an Australian practitioner, and I think there might be some time differences because, and then anyway, I want to say I think I'm on the money, but I'm not sure.
No worries. I usually book myself in for an hour, so a few minutes here and there, it's okay, no worries at all. So
excellent. I'm off to class. Have a good
okay.
session.
Have a good
Bye.
class. See you, mate.
Bye.
Okay, let me enlarge this screen. Hello, everyone. It's Annie Kadre from McLeod Ganj. Yes, that's how you pronounce it. Venerable and I live on different sides of McLeod Ganj. That's why we were having a laugh about each other's side of the hill. Yeah. Anyway, so it is 8:30 here, and a bit of a murky day today. The air is anyway here in McLeod Ganj in Himachal Pradesh. A couple of bushfires around, and also this time of year, murky air or hazy air is pretty common. So yeah, what's happening at McLeod or in Dharamsala? I think last week or a few days ago anyway, lockdown hours when we're able to go out and get the necessary shopping went from 8 to 11 to 9 till 2. And the daily positive rates have gone from about 1,600 a day, which was 3 weeks ago, down to 300 a day, which is quite a drop, So everyone's been really keeping to the lockdown here. Yeah, most people are double masking as well, I've noticed. And people are really keen on getting the vaccinations here. The appointments come out a couple of days in advance, and for 18 to 44, of which I'm in that group, and I got mine a couple of weeks ago. I was fortunate to get it on a day when there weren't so many people looking at it. So yeah, here's hoping that everybody else is able to get one as well. COVID Shield is the one that we're getting here, and opinions aside, it's better to be vaccinated and stop the spread of COVID. So yeah. Anyway, so we're together for an hour today. And yeah, first of all, I don't know about you, but I've been doing a bit of cleaning and a bit of study before I came. I'm in the middle of university exams at the moment. So I'd like to take a few minutes just to leave everything to the side and just get a bit focused on the practice here. So let's think about who we're doing this practice for. And actually, I found a very good excerpt from Lama Zopa today, or not yesterday, not today, it was a few days ago, shared online by one of the Dharma centers. And I thought it would be good to reflect on his words while we're bringing to mind who we're doing this for, while we're generating our motivation, making it as altruistic as possible. So I'm just going to read that out. From Thangtong Gyalpo Center for Wisdom. And they published this, or they posted this on the 27th of May. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, even if we say the words all sentient beings with our mouth, still in the depths of our heart, our own happiness is paramount. We hold this like Mount Everest above all other things. This is because we have neither taken our understanding of our own suffering deep enough to the level where we can see that all our suffering stems from self-cherishing, nor taken our understanding of others' suffering to the level where great compassion arises. Without this understanding, no matter how much we long for bodhicitta, it just won't happen. Changing our attitude from self-centered to only thinking of others is a remarkable thing, an incredibly rare thing, like having a rainbow in our room. It is such an amazing thing that it might well seem impossible, but if we meditate strongly enough, it will happen. Shantideva said, the birth of this altruistic attitude is an unimaginable marvel. So with that unimaginable marvel in mind, let's generate our motivation for doing this practice. And it can help by visualizing the sentient beings that we're doing it for in front of us. Especially those that we don't normally think about, on our peripheral or even beyond that, where we never think about them. And also visualize all of those that we have difficulty generating compassion for, difficulty generating care for, the warmth in our heart for them. They might do things that we don't agree with or that we might just see as plain wrong. Let's particularly visualize those in front of us as well. And then above our heads, let's visualize a sentient being that embodies that compassion. It can be Chenrezig. It can be anybody to you who represents that unconditional compassion that we all aspire to. Just visualize them above your head. That's so. Sitting in a comfortable meditation position. Doesn't have to be the lotus. And they are the manifestation of the compassion we wish to connect with within ourselves. And from their heart, that compassion comes down through the top of our voice, through the top of our heads, sorry. It can be in the form of white light. And with each breath that we breathe in, it expands in us. And each breath that we have out, we let go of any hesitation. As the Karmapa has said, first we must have compassion for ourselves before we generate compassion for others. So while we're breathing in this compassion, we can reflect on our own suffering, try and deepen our own understanding of our suffering, as Rinpoche says, in order to understand the suffering of others and just how similar that is. Our suffering isn't greater or more important. It is similar or the same. It all comes from self-cherishing. So when we start the practice, the actual prayer and the Om Mani Padme Hum recitation, we can visualize that compassion coming out from our hearts and just reaching out into the hearts of all the sentient beings that we're doing this for. Just providing them with whatever they need to reduce their suffering, particularly now in the pandemic. Okay. So I wanted to read the foundation of all good qualities first, because we've got an hour. I'd like to put in a bit of a prayer. And I was having a conversation with a sister nun of mine the other day. We were talking about fulfilling the advice of our teacher and benefits and the doubts that can come up into our own minds about whether or not we can do it, and just the importance of doing it, because they see something that we don't. Okay. Foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon them with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful to abandon even the slightest negative action and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. As my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I've pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I've become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, of practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the quality of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So let's say the motivation 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Okay. And so let's just take a moment before we start the Amani Pema Hum. Just to check in our visualization. And with each syllable of Amani Pema Hum as we say it, and we're sending out that white compassionate light that is coming from the being that we visualized above our heads, that embodiment of the compassion that we want to generate. having filled up our bodies as we say Om Mani Padme Hum. And we're sending out that compassionate light from our bodies, from our hearts, to the sentient beings that need it. And every few moments, I like to check in with my own mind because I get distracted. Not sure about you. Just refocus myself. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Pemu, Amani Amani Pemu, 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 Am Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Okay, let's take a moment. I'm going to do the next few rounds, and particularly with here in India. I'm part of a Facebook group for Australians who are trying to get back to Australia. And regularly on this Facebook group, there are updates about the children who are stranded here in India, who are unable to get back to their parents who are in Australia due to flight rules, with children not being able to fly without a guardian. We've had difficulties for people to get visas into Australia now. Grandparents and so forth can't accompany the kids. So there's over 150 children who are waiting to see their parents, either one of the parents or both of their parents, for over a year now. And I'm not a parent, so I can't even begin to imagine how difficult that would be to be separated. But I am going to do the next few rounds of Mala recitations, with those children and their parents in mind. And may they be reunited as quickly as possible. Amani Pemu, 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 Amani Pemu. Amani Pemu, 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 Am Amani payment, 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 amani payment. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper, money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, 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 money paper. Money paper, money paper, money paper. So now let's focus on sending out that compassion, saying these mantras for all those sentient beings that we don't normally think of, who we don't normally think of. It's so easy for us to spend time thinking about how those are close to us or how those in our community may be affected by the pandemic and illness and so forth. And it's, usually we forget about others that don't directly affect our day-to-day life. Let's take a few moments thinking about how the pandemic is affecting those that we don't normally think about. And also those that we choose not to think about. The ones that we have aversion for, the ones that push our buttons, so to speak. The ones that we hesitate, have trouble generating compassion for. I like to spend a few mala recitations at least on them. Overcome my own self-cherishing, overcome my own obstacles that I put into place myself. And may this practice be for them. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, 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 amani Amani pemu, 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 amani pemu. Amani pemu, 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 amani pemu. Me. Amani pemu, 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 amani pemu. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, 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 amani pemu. Amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu, amani pemu. Amani pemu, 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 amani pemu. Amani pemu, 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 amani pemu. Amani paper, 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 amani paper. Amani paper, 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 amani paper. Omni Padme, 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 Om Omni pema, 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 omni pema. Omni pema, 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 omni pema. So let's go to the actual prayer. Okay, just gonna take a drink. And again, I like to, as I'm saying these words, I like to just think about the meaning and sort of feel it coming from my heart. So maybe you can do the same. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whoa, what happened there? Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So this will be our final recitation of the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Now, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Before we go into dedications, let's take a moment. I'd like to do some rejoicing, a bit of gratitude, generating gratitude for people, for sentient beings who are doing positive, beneficial things every day. So let's first of all do some rejoicing and generate gratitude for everybody who is working every single weekend to allow us to do this prayerathon. So everybody involved, because without them, we wouldn't be able to fulfill the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, which is to do this practice, of course, to help others. So just take a moment to rejoice in their efforts. And then we can extend that to everybody, all sentient beings who are in their daily lives, striving to help others, sacrificing their own time, let's rejoice in the positive action, the merit that comes with it, how they support others. And may we be like them in each of our own day-to-day activities. And then all of our teachers who we look to for guidance, and particularly when we're having difficult moments, I always like to go back to some of the stuff that my teachers say just to help me gain a bit of perspective. You know, we think about ourselves too much, we can lose that perspective. Let's take a moment to rejoice in the merit and the positive actions that they are doing on behalf of all sentient beings. And you can include in this all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and if you're not a Buddhist, just anybody who you see as, or who you really highly regard and see as working effortlessly, or despite the effort that's required, they're working to benefit others. So let's rejoice in their positive action. It can be so easy to forget and to focus on the harmful things that are happening around the world, the things that make us a little bit melancholy or feel like there's no particular future for the planet. Rejoicing in what other people can do is just so important, I find. And may we keep their example in our own hearts and be inspired by it. And I'm just going to say the excerpt from Shantideva's Way of Bodhisattva, just a little bit of space in between each paragraph so we can reflect and generate the meaning from our hearts. Now, if you have any understanding of emptiness, just bring that to mind now. So as we dedicate, we are sealing those merits so that it's not destroyed. They're not destroyed by anger. Don't know about you, but anger is an affliction that arises for me. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Excuse me. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. So let's visualize that being that we had, the embodiment of compassion above us. That visualization dissolves into white light, which continues to go through the top of our head and comes to rest in our hearts. And we are intimately connected with that unconditional compassion. So that when we meet somebody who is in the depths of suffering, no matter how they appear to us in our minds, that compassion remains and it is unwavering. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, I myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. And may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. We go to the long life prayer of His Holiness, Dalai Lama. So 2 of them. And then we have the long life prayer of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So in the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Save the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa. You uphold subduers moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you for being with me today for this hour. Hope you have a good day. Oh, hey, Venerable, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you, Venerable?
Very good. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too. And Dharamsala, how is it?
Oh yeah, it's good. Cases, we're down to about 300 positive cases a day now, which is like really, really good. And the lockdown is starting to open up a little bit. So yeah, we're getting better for sure.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. How about yourself? How is it in Kathmandu?
We're still really in the thick of it. They've loosened restrictions just a tiny bit this week because they had even closed grocery stores last week.
Wow.
Very extreme. So yeah, we're there's many cases, and officially about 100 deaths a day probably. So they're trying to slow the spread.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I hope it happens soon.
Yeah, I hope so too. That's why we're here today.
That's right.
Yep.
I hope your session goes well then. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Yeah,
Hope to see you next week.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Bye. So welcome to anyone who is joining me for this next half hour, where we are going to be doing the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. And if this is your first time joining, there's a link underneath the YouTube video to get the free PDFs of the practice and the dedication prayers. So go ahead and click on those so that you have that handy. This practice is specifically effective for stopping epidemics, pandemics. It was a spontaneous prayer from this amazing Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And if you have the practice, there's a picture of this, of a tanka, which is a painting of this great yogi. And there was, in the colophon, it explains that there was this terrible illness that was killing many people, wiping out the great Shakya monastery, and none of the things that you would hope were working, medical treatments, anything conventional tried wasn't helping. And when he recited this prayer, it stopped the illness, and so it's extremely powerful. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our spiritual director of FPMT, has said that this is something that if the IMI monks and nuns get together every week and lead online, and the FPMT community or anyone who discovers it joins us, it will have a very beneficial effect. So we can have confidence in that if we have this view of karma, that the cause of the disease, the root cause, is a little bit more hidden than we normally think of, that it comes from past bad actions. This is the result of our negative karma ripening that we are experiencing this worldwide pandemic. And just as when we plant negative karmic seeds, it results in suffering and difficult conditions, if we plant positive seeds, then they will ripen in happiness. And so by doing this prayer together and thinking about compassion and wishing that all sentient beings be free of suffering, because what an amazing thought to be thinking about the entire world, because this has spread to every country, Antarctica, even Mount Everest. So when we have this huge wish that all sentient beings be free of this illness, and we expand that and think, may all sentient beings be free of any illness, free of any suffering, then we're really generating incredible positive karma, seeds of positive karma that will result in happiness for us and others. So there's definitely going to be a positive result. And we may not be able to see directly the connections, but with confidence that karma is definite in that way, then we can be sure that these prayers are going to benefit us and all sentient beings if we keep that motivation. So while we're doing the practice, you have the choice that you can uses the visualization looking at the image of Thangtong Gyalpo that's in the booklet. And if you aren't familiar with this great yogi, I encourage you to go online and Google him and look up his biography, because he's a fascinating historical figure who, like all great yogis, have a mastery of just about everything, including, you'll see in the tanka, he's holding a bunch of chain links. And that's because he was inspired seeing the difficulties of pilgrims trying to cross rivers to get to holy sites, because it would be very dangerous. He was inspired to make that easier and started learning how to build bridges in order to make that happen. And he even created a method of forming these iron chain links that had never been done before, and was especially strong and resistant to rust. And many of his bridges are, if not all, I'm not sure, but at least many of the bridges are still standing in Tibet where he built them. So he's quite amazing. Master of opera, among many other things. So yeah, again, reading these amazing biographies can help inspire us to see the qualities of someone who does these practices. It's very inspiring. So you can be looking at this great yogi while you're doing the practice, or you can also visualize Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig, who is sending out healing light rays to all sentient beings that enters their crowns and filling their bodies with light, purifying all negativities of body, speech, and mind, all that negative karma, which is resulting in suffering, getting rid of COVID, of cancer, of depression, of anything that causes suffering. So if that's too difficult to visualize, then it's fine to use the image of Thangtong Gyalpo. And so let's start with the motivation and the practice. And we'll say this along with the refuge prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so holding whichever visualization works best for you, we're going to recite the Mani mantra. And I'll recite them, all of them out loud, and then we'll do some quietly at our own pace. And just thinking with that strong, compassionate wish, knowing that the Guru Buddha, who is Avalokiteshvara, sending these blessings, healing all sentient beings, and not leaving a single sentient being out. Doesn't matter what form they're in this life. It might be an insect, might be an invisible being we can't see. So humans, animals, ghosts, all sentient beings. Not leaving a single one out. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Om Mani Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby. Money, baby. Oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby. Oh, money, pay me hum. Oh, money, paid me hum. And then still holding the visualization as best you can, you say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so imagine that all sentient beings now have all their past negative karmas of body, speech, and mind completely purified, their bodies filled with light. There are no more causes of suffering, no more causes to harm others. Only happiness of both body and mind. And Guru Avalokiteshvara, who is one with Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, comes to the crown of your head, dissolves into white light. The white light enters through the crown of your head, merging with the light in your body. So that you, the Guru, and the Buddha, your body, speech, and mind is inseparable from the Guru's body, speech, and mind, the Buddha's body, speech, and mind. And then we dedicate all of this incredible positive spiritual energy or merit that we have created using the dedication verses, starting with actualizing bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And the other wing of the bird to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And especially for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then going down to page 5, to seal the merits with emptiness, which is an important part of your daily practice according to Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then again, going down to the long life prayers of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and also any of your other gurus, holding them all strongly in your heart, not leaving a single one out. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subdurer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I rejoice that we've spent this past half hour doing what is the most meaningful thing we can do with this time, thinking about compassion for all sentient beings and doing practices in order to benefit them. So thank you to whoever joined today. And hello to my friend, Venerable Losang.
Hello, Thupten Choying. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I had to laugh that after our last conversation, I went to sign up and both of us had to change our time slots.
Exactly. So you took my slot.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Someone took mine.
Because also I thought, I wonder who is taking the 6 o'clock slot here in Europe. And so there you go. But it's nice to see you anyway.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you too.
Yeah. Good.
Are you well?
Yeah, I am fine. You know, I mean, here in Switzerland, everything is opening up again. We are, the center is open again. We did Lama Zopa yesterday with a few people who came.
Wonderful.
Somewhere on Zoom. And so I think we will have to keep it, you know, half and half. So, and it's so funny how the mind works, because when the people come, in order for them to see who is participating on the Zoom, because, you know, people are here and the camera is going that way. So, so then they don't see who's there. So I put up a projector and then it projects it on the wall. So so people see the people on Zoom on the wall and then they wave to the wall. You know, even if I say you have to wave to the camera because they don't see you.
Right, of course.
It's like being in the movies. It's like being in the movies and waving at the screen. Is like, you know, or saying something to the screen. And even though you know it, but you do it so automatically because you see them waving at you, waving anyway, and then you just wave back at them, even though you know it's just a screen intellectually. So I thought that was very interesting to see the, you know, how it goes. So, but yeah, I mean, here it seems to be going in the right way. In Nepal and India, still not, isn't it?
Not really. Some parts of India are getting better. I just, prior to my session, I saw Venerable, a different Venerable Losang, and she's in Dharamsala, and she said things are getting better there. So that was good news. Okay,
yeah, but Dharamsala was never so bad. I think it's been quite protected. But still, at least that's getting better there. So this is why I thought also, because His Holiness is advising, or is not advising people, he's actually asking people to do Tara mantras. So we're doing it like every time we finish here, then we do it at the end. And then for today, instead of doing a Chenrezig prayer, I thought I'd do just supplication to Tara by Kandrolao. So then we'll do that. So it's a bit long, so I'll have to leave you because otherwise I won't be finished.
Yes. All right. Take care. Thank you so much.
But maybe see you next week. Next week I'm the usual time again. So
all right, we'll see.
We'll see.
Okay.
Big and nice surprise, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do take care, please, and stay safe.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, so we'll do we'll do refuge like we always do, which is here. So good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. So before we start, then we're saying this very beautiful refuge formula, because what I really like is that we also we do the resultant refuge, meaning we're taking, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, and of course the minds of all sentient beings, which is the Dharmakaya. So we become aware that all beings have the possibility to become a Buddha. Like nobody has to, but everybody can. And everybody means that we are included. How are we going to get there? By trusting the methods of Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. How can we trust them? When we get to know them, of course. And why are we doing that? Because we want to be of benefit to all sentient beings that we visualize around us. When we visualize all sentient beings, I mean, it's such a skillful way of opening up the heart and opening up the mind. Otherwise, it's like me, I here. Whereas then we kind of think, okay, my mom is at my left side, my dad is at my right side, even if they're dead. You know, because they have existed, you have this body. So we spend just a few seconds kind of thinking about them and just saying thank you for all they did for us, so that now we can practice the Dharma. Of course, not directly, maybe since we're all Westerners, some of your parents were even against you becoming a monk or a nun or, you know, practicing the Dharma. But still, they gave us this body, they gave us a good education. So we let go of all the things that we're not so happy about, and we only see the good things, and the heart full of gratitude. Then people we dislike, which if you are a Mahayana practitioner, we do need them in order to practice patience. Otherwise, you know, one perfection is missing. So somebody the other day said, well, can I not just practice patience without an enemy? Do I need an enemy in order to practice patience? Because there's these three kinds of patience, isn't it? Like patience with difficult conditions, patience with the Dharma, and then patience with somebody who harms you. So I said, well, I think, yeah, unfortunately, this is what it is. And it is the best kind of patience, because that one is the most difficult. So you get double karma points there, I think, if you are able to not retaliate or not to hate, and also include the one that makes you nervous in your prayers and put him not behind you, but in front of you or her. So we put those people that we dislike and dislike us in front of us. The ones that we do like, we feel comfortable with, we like to spend time with behind us. And then around us, all mothers and human beings. Meaning you can just think that all the walls dissolve, all the houses, all the mountains, all the forests, and the earth becomes flat, and then you can see innumerable sentient beings just on this planet, in the earth, on top of the earth, in the air, in the water. Wow. And then there's all these other universes and all these other realms. So we think for all of these, each one of these sentient beings, I will lead to full awakening. Then the mind becomes very inspired and very courageous, and just the aspiration, just the motivation, so inspiring, makes your life so meaningful. Even if you are in shutdown and you can't go out, or you think you're alone, we're never alone. We're always surrounded constantly by these sentient beings. Then, of course, you have your object of refuge in the space in front of you. If you want, it can be Tara this morning, because instead of doing the Thangtong Gyalpo Chenrezig Prayer, we do the supplication to Tara. As His Holiness has said, this is such a powerful practice at the moment to do. And so we take refuge, kind of unifying your object of refuge with your guru, because without this object of refuge, be it Shakyamuni Buddha, be it Tara, be it Chenrezig, there is no guru. And without the guru, for us, we wouldn't recognize these objects as objects of refuge. So you can think of your guru in his or her human form, and then just let them melt into your object of refuge, unify with them, so that we're quite sure all the Buddhas are the guru is all the Buddhas. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then after having taken refuge, we do this supplication to Tara, to Mother Tara, as His Holiness is advising us to do as much as possible green Tara practice. And so we have this very beautiful supplication by Kanjula that we got sent maybe a year ago or so. And we can say this from the bottom of our heart. And we think we are reciting this on behalf, especially people who kind of, who suffer directly from the COVID, be it people who work in the health system, be it people who have to work in the labs and have to work very hard, be people who make vaccines and all this. All the sick people, all the families of the sick people, and especially all the people who have passed away through COVID or other reasons. And we think that may they be reborn, have a precious human rebirth, meet with Mahayana teachers, or be reborn in a pure land. The creative play of wisdom, the spontaneous song, I make it a bit bigger. It's too big, eh? The spontaneous song of the Dakini invoking the heart of noble Tara. Star-like reflections arise in the clear mirror of the primordially pure expanse and are perfected in the equal taste of illusion. Thus, whatever occurs is devoid of both coming and abiding. While abiding in this evenness, whatever is wished for arises without effort. Holder of an Upala who grants refuge and liberates from samsara and nirvana, arisen from me, the mere notion of a true self, appearance and emptiness conjoined, unimpeded and all-pervading goddess who protects from every fear. Your four activities are born of bliss and emptiness. Tara, you are uncreated, unceasing, and liberate to the very limits of space itself. Tara, without appearance or obstruction, your supreme form is great radiance. Tara, your non-existent form appears clearly as the perfection of samsara and nirvana. Tara, you are the naked great bliss of awareness and emptiness that pervades all. Tara, having embraced your sun of luminosity, you are gathered into a single sphere. Tara, devoid of effort, you are the effortless clarity of the four joys. Tara, most marvelous, there is no doubt of your granting relief to the weary. Tara, most beautiful, you are perfect in and of yourself and pervade all. Tara, you are the Dharmadhatu, mother of all Sugatas. Tara, you are the special friend to all practitioners. Tara, you are the mother who cuts the very life force of negative action. Tara, you are the mother who distinguishes between happiness and sadness. Tara, you are the motherly Samaya to all who keep their vows. Tara, you are the motherly channels of all mantrikas. Tara, you are motherly suchness, utterly free of the two obscurations. Tara, you are the simultaneous and spontaneous perfection of samsara and nirvana. Tara, you are the cloud-like formation of the interdependent 10 grounds and 5 paths. Tara, you are the supreme mother of all Buddhas. Tara, Ma. Tara, you are ever catching us with your hook of compassion. Tara, you are ever binding us with your lasso of kindness. trying to make it a little bit bigger there. Our courageous, strong mother's wisdom, primordially perfected, she holds all beings as if her only child. Our actions and prayers will deliver the ordinary and supreme accomplishments. When the kayas and wisdoms are perfected, the twofold benefit will be complete. Tara, you are a wish-granting jewel, the source of all we desire. Tara, dear mother, the confused children of the 6 realms and so on, all arise from you. To see the mutual dependence between mother and child is what it means to be your child. When things collapse on their own ground, this is what it means to be your child. To see the unfailing law of karma and its results is what it means to be your child. To have an attitude of disillusionment and a desire to leave samsara is what it means to be your child. To have connate ignorance confuse you is separation from mother. To grasp and obsess at an independent identity, an autonomous self, is separation from mother. To embrace samsara is separation from mother. To enact the 10 virtuous deeds is what it means to be your child. To engage the 3 higher trainings is what it means to be your child. To take up the perverse is separation from mother. To see the emptiness of things is what it means to be your child. To see emptiness as dependent arising is what it means to be your child. To fall into the extremes of permanence and nihilism is separation from mother. To know the suchness of my mind is what it means to be your child. To know the illusory nature of the relative is what it means to be your child. To succumb to the extremist view of true existence is separation from mother. To know all beings as having had the experience of being a parent, wishing to repay their kindness, etc., is what it means to be your child. To grasp the autonomous existence and indulge attachment and aversion is separation from mother. To view myself and all other beings as equals and to actively exchange my happiness for their pain is what it means to be your child. In particular, to have perfected wisdom and crossed to the other shore is to be comparable with you, Mother Tara. To be without vows and samaya is separation from mother. To be completely addicted to my own goals is separation from mother. To know the pain and sufferings of all 6 classes of beings is what it means to be your child. To know the concordant cause of dukkha is what it means to be your child. To be without trust in future lives is separation from mother. To be indifferent to the suffering of others is separation from mother. To see my mind as the actual sugata is what it means to be your child. To see my aggregates and elements as deities is what it means to be your child. To grasp at ordinariness, the flesh and blood of my aggregates, etc., is separation from mother. To see freedom from affirmation and negation is what it means to be your child. To see the ineffable union of clarity and emptiness is what it means to be your child. To see the all-pervading union of awareness and emptiness is what it means to be your child. Tara, you are the wisdom that is primordially free, the very essence of all. To see how the world and its inhabitants never really came into being is what it means to be your child. To have impure vision, to see the ordinariness of things, earth, stones, and so on is separation from mother. To believe in an origin, place, or mode of abidance and a destination of things is separation from mother. To see through the facade of an origin, place, or mode of abidance and the destination of things is what it means to be your child. To entertain desire and the other 4 destructive emotions is separation from mother. To be rid of these emotions by seeing their innate wisdom 5-fold is what it means to be your child. To see the channels, elements, energies, and mind as ordinary is separation from mother. To see them as the spontaneous 3 kayas is what it means to be your child. To have objective reality arise as suchness itself is what it means to be your child. To isolate yourself and persist with ridiculous notions of mediation is separating from mother. To have the profound clarity of deity, mantra, and meditation is what it means to be your child. To meditate ordinary material things is separation from mother. To meditate, yeah. To be without compassion and bodhicitta is separation from mother. To have love, compassion, and liberation upon sight is to be your equal. To have a dry intellectual understanding of secret mantra and spout mere words is separation from mother. To have faith and pure vision is what it means to be your child. To put down others' dharma because of attachment and aversion is separation from mother. To remember the unfailing karmic law of cause and effect is what it means to be your child. To give up selfish pursuits is what it means to be your child. To be continually altruistic is what it means to be your child. To reverse the flow of the branch winds in the central channel is what it means to be your child. The brilliance of unified bliss and emptiness is what it means to be your child. The sudden experience of self-arisen wisdom, the primordial expanse, causes the subtle impure karmic winds to cease and innate great bliss, the ultimate nature of the mother, to emerge with ease. The experience of all-pervasive great bliss is gathered within an ineffable single drop, the Dharmakaya, natural luminosity itself. This in turn gives rise to myriad forms of the Sambhogakaya, appearing without impediment or obscuration. The environment is subsumed within bliss conjoined with emptiness, the expanse of suchness itself, its inhabitant, spontaneous luminosity conjoined with emptiness, appearing without cessation. This is the great equating of samsara and nirvana within purity. Wonderful. The actual guru is the genuine nature of awareness itself, from which no sentient being has ever been a part. It is revealed through the direct instructions of the guru. If not in him, to whom should we go for refuge? The primordial pure expanse, the wisdom of Samantabhadri, is the single drop, the spontaneous union of awareness and emptiness, within which the soul father, Samantabhadra, remains with neither hope nor fear, completely free from the need to accept or reject it, devoid of ground and source coming and going. Whatever is desired arises as the play of bodhicitta, primordially perfect, free from fragmentation and partiality. The five wisdoms perfected is the great perfection. Ah, all actions are perfect, as are all paths, qualities and minds, perfected within great primordial purity. Longchen Rabchan, infinite vast expanse, is the jewel who sits in my heart. Within his expanse, from all extremes, any notion of impure simply vanishes. Whatever is wished for emerges from its dynamic display, the source of enlightened activity. All pervasive, enduring, and without end, she is continually liberating the three realms. May we all come under the protection of noble Tara and be free from confusion, disease, famine, war, and pandemics. I prostrate at the feet of protector of the land of snows, Tenzin Gyatso, holder of the white lotus and Buddha in whom all Buddha families are complete, protector of us all. I pray to you, forever remain amongst us for the continual liberation of all beings. May all beings continually hold renunciation, bodhicitta, and correct you in their hearts. The auspicious Buddha Samantabhadra, renowned as auspicious, may there be the auspiciousness of the Dharmakaya abiding without change. The auspiciousness of the five Buddha families renowned as auspicious, may there be the auspiciousness of the Sambhogakaya meaningful to behold. The auspicious Niyamanakaya, guide and tamer of beings renowned as auspicious, may there be the auspiciousness of the Guru, knowing one liberates all. By the truth of the oceanic forms of the three jewels and the three roots, may there be the realization of the unmistaken karmic law of cause and effect. Within the non-conceptual nature of the three spheres, the mutual dependence of the prayer, its expression and object are. Okay, so then we still have time to do Thangtong Gyalpo. Maybe it was a bit much, I'm sorry, especially if you're in Europe and it's early morning. But I think just to read this, it creates such strong imprints on our minds that we know what to abandon and we know what to adopt, how to become a child of Mother Tara, and then how to here we go. and when we are not her child, you know, when it means to be separated from her. So now we think we are, you know, as if, or we have the force or the power of Thangtong Gyalpo, and we recite this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And one more time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And just shorter dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may the arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Then the long life prayer of His Holiness Dalai Lama. Chikten kamdir pende malupa gale chungwe sampeli shinor kajin chume tenzing yatsola sawadeb so tushe lundrusho. Then for the wishes to be fulfilled, savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the past that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and all other teachers teaching the true path. Tu tzu shan xin chang deng ye wei, Tenzin Gyalpo wei kun tzu to por tse, Johnson Corwe le mun tu jo, Bada so tu che, kun tu shap den sho. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, well, thank you very much, whoever participated. Oh, we have Kat Stevens this morning. How wonderful. And we have Tukun Tempa, which I think I don't know you, do I?
I don't think we've met before, although your face looks familiar, but you look very similar to someone else.
Yeah, well, we all look very similar when we are that age, you know. So Kat Stephen is saying hello from Melbourne. You sound British, English, are you?
English, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you are in England?
No, I'm in Kopan in Kathmandu.
Oh, wow. Okay, so well, please be safe. And, you know, what you're doing there is so amazing that you can, you know, be the kind of the anchor for beings who are kind of desperate or depressed or whatever. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for your being. Where are you? Wherever you are.
I am in paradise. You see, I'm in Switzerland. So it's like everything is opening up again. Yesterday we had the first Lama Zopa with people actually coming to the center, which was quite nice. It was almost like a celebration, and everybody's outside. The weather is nice and like this. So it seems that here is over. Now, I hope it is. And I hope that very quickly, you know, it's like with the vaccines. Now, the Western countries, I don't know if you heard it, because now they are afraid. First, they didn't want to give the vaccines to the poorer countries. But now they realized if these poorer countries are not getting vaccinated, then there will be mutations, and then the vaccine is not working anymore. Now they are giving it. So they are giving it because in order to protect themselves, which still at least they are giving it, which I find is a good thing. But again, it needs first self-concern for them to give something away. I mean, it's amazing. You know, also Switzerland, we have so many vaccines. We can vaccinate our population 3 times. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah.
Even in this time of pandemic, there's still so many who just can only think of their own conditions, their own impacts. So
there's so much fear and so much, you know, me first, then maybe I give something. But anyway.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's why we're here. And thank you.
Please be safe. Please be safe and well.
Thank you. You also. May Switzerland be free of virus forever.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Venerable. Okay, so thank you, Venerable Lo Sang, I think, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, to everyone, wherever you're joining from. My name's Thupten Tempa, and I'm in Nepal in Phuphan Monastery. And it's my pleasure to try and to guide this session for everyone who's participating. So thank you for joining. And yeah, how wonderful an opportunity it is for us all to be together during this time of the global pandemic. Is providing such wonderful opportunities for us to engage in selfless acts and to think of others and to put others before ourselves. Is a wonderful opportunity despite all of the negative impacts that it's having. So we have to rejoice in the opportunities that we have, and we use the conditions upon which we're practicing for, we're dedicating for, in order to really generate strong enthusiasm and endearment to engage in this practice, as recommended by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to pacify in particular the COVID-19 pandemic around the world, for all those who are being impacted directly, indirectly, body and mind, as well as all the other knock-on impacts that it's having around the world. And obviously, many people still experiencing all the many diseases and illnesses that exist in the world, that is still happening underneath this whole international crisis. And on top of that, it's very apparent from the news, that there's still conflicts going on in the world, as well as so the conflict in particular in the Middle East, in Palestine and Israel, and also news coming through of the terrible famines that are rising in Ethiopia. So for this reason, we're going to engage in this practice, and we're going to recite the 3 prayers by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So first, to recognize our own self-cherishing attitude, which is the cause of all of these conditions, unfortunate conditions that are ripening. So in order to counteract those, we should reflect on the opposite, to give away our self-cherishing, to hold others most dear and most kind, as which they are. So first we take refuge in the 3 rest sublime ones who have surrendered and who have abandoned completely the self-cherishing attitude. So we take refuge and set forth prayers to invoke their inspiration for us to do likewise on behalf of all sentient beings, not leaving out one sentient being, one single mosquito or ant, or the tiny creatures that live in the ocean, such as krill and plankton. And plankton are the smallest ones. As Rinpoche says, they can only be seen through a microscope. So for all of them, and for all the beings that we can't even perceive. So we recite the motivational refuge lines from the practice of liberating separate from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma kind. And so then, as I mentioned, we'll reflect on some verses in which to counteract our self-cherishing attitude by reciting the 8 verses of thought transformation by the great Langri Champa. So I don't know if you have this available. It's within the retreat web prayer book, as well as other practices, Chenrezig practice, and so forth. If you do have the retreat prayer book, digital version, it's on page 154. You can just follow it, and we just reflect and pause and reflect after each verse, just to reflect on its meaning and develop some strong aspiration to accomplish that from our own side. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than the wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them as dear at all times. Wherever I am and whomever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depth of my heart hold others most dear and supreme. Vigilant, a moment of delusion appears in my mind. Vigilant, a moment of delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others. I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and sufferings, I shall hold such rare ones dear as if I had found a precious treasure. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. In short, both directly and indirectly do I offer my every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and sufferings. Undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, may I, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, be released from the bondage of attachment. then think that having generated this renunciation of one's self-cherishing thought and the heartfelt aspiration to accomplish the mind which seeks to liberate all sentient beings and hold them as dear, place them in a state beyond sorrow. Our Holy Guru arises in the aspects of Guru Chenrezig, with a pure white holy body, youthful, beautiful, and radiant, the essence of pure white light. He stands upon a variegated lotus and moon. He has 11 faces. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant. The right face is green and the left red. Above those, the central face is green, the right is red, and the left white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, the left is green. They each have long, narrow eyes and smiling expressions, like lotus petals. And above those is a black, wrathful face of Mahakala, with 3 bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, and bowed hands. An orange flashing hair standing upright. And upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, who gazes down upon us and at all sentient beings surrounding us in infinite light space, with endearing loving kindness and compassion. Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart as he holds a wish-fulfilling jewel, a bodhicitta. His second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations. And the stream of nectar pacifies the hunger and thirst of the hungry ghosts. And his fourth right hand holds a Dharma chakra. On his left side, his second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. The third left hand holds a water vessel, and fourth left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in mudra, granting sublime realizations, reaching out in all directions. In the palm of each hand is an eye, representing the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon. Gazing upon all sentient beings with their protection. And Chenrezig is adorned by many precious jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks. His brow is adorned with a white syllable Om, his throat with a red syllable R, and his heart a blue syllable Om. At his heart is also a mandala, upon which stands the seed syllable Shri, which radiates brilliant white light, going out in all directions like the sparks of a firework and raining down upon all sentient beings. And on the tip of each of those light rays is a replica of the Great Compassionate One, descending to the crown of each sentient being, and from them the pure white light passes down through their central channel, including our own, and purifies all negativities, obscurations, and delusions that give rise to sicknesses, diseases, and spirit harms, and so forth. We maintain the visualization of that, focusing firstly on our own purification as we recite the 6-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru. Om Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru. Om Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru. Om Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru. Om Mani Veru, Mani Veru, Mani Veru. And now, having purified all of our own obscurations, delusions, and negative karmas, the light radiates out through our heart after having passed through our central channel, and going out also to all sentient beings, as well as the light directly from the heart of the great compassionate Chenrezig. So we reflect on that purification of sentient beings for the next Mala recitation. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Now, think that multicolored light rays separate from the white light emitting from Chenrezig's heart, from the Creator's heart, and descends into the crowns of each sentient being, including ourselves, granting sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, so that ourselves and all sentient beings attain the state of Buddha and become Chenrezig ourselves. Almighty living, 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 Almighty Now think that oneself and all sentient beings, infinite like space, into the state of Chenrezig, embodiment of all the Buddha's compassion of the 3 times and of those in the 10 directions. All is infinitely pure. And we recite the request and verse to the Great Compassionate One. Lord, I, the Great Compassionate One, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please. O I, the Great Compassionate One, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you, please listen to me. Please guide myself, mothers and fathers, and those around, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound philosophical mind may grow, And with a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead with your hand of compassion, me my greatest of fields of bliss. Please Amitabha and Chenrezig in all my lives, be virtuous friends, should all in the deceptive good path, and quickly place us in the Buddha's state. I think that we receive the blessings of the great compassionate one, Chenrezig, and with that we recite the prayers, starting with the prayer to liberate Sakya from disease by the great Master Thangtong Gyalpo. It's the actual prayer. All the diseases that have the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of black spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, that occur in the realms of the world. Or whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rare sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'd also like to recite the prayer, since in places such as Nepal, there's difficulty of people getting food and supply of food around the world generally is becoming difficult or is being affected due to the pandemic. And well, particularly these motivation to recite these prayers inspired by the famines which are breaking out in Ethiopia. Thousands and thousands of people dying currently because of the famines there. So this is the prayer also by the great Master Thangtong Gyalpo to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, we with compassionate victorious bond completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma protectors, Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha gods, the doors of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, tools, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this land's world of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, and timely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. I may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth, ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties for the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness, through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect. May the teachings of the victorious one spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And then we just recite the third prayer by the great Master Thangtong Gyalpo, which is the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. So in particular, to pacify all the conflicts, particularly those of armed conflict which are happening around the world, particularly in Palestine and Israel, and in many other countries, such as Almighty Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, high aggriever, perfect, Patara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon the hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall the great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, changed it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in the habitats and for all inhabitants, by the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, and betraying cause and result which has but ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, minds of deity, and rare sublime ones, may our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Generate strong faith that our prayers, through the laws of cause and effects, will come to life exactly as we wish. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of thy merits. May no living creature suffer great evil or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finally imposed. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, and whatever diseases there are in the world may never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those found be freed, and the powerless find power, and make people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I to remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. We'll just dedicate seal our merits with emptiness. Which all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings who exist in my name. And the I, which exists in my name, quickly achieve that state of Buddhahood which exists in my name. And all sentient beings who exist in my name, to that state of Buddhahood which exists in their name. By oneself alone, who exists in their name. And sorry, I know I'm running a little bit over. I just dedicate all of these merits for all of our gurus, that they may lead all sentient beings to enlightenment, and may we meet them in all of our lifetimes, and that may they live long, healthy lives, and may all their wishes be spontaneously fulfilled, in particular for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso. The incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you live a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And also, likewise, for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduous moral way and serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading the generous, victorious doctrine. You masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And Joyce, thank you all very much for joining this session. And thank you to everyone else who's leading sessions, past, present, and future. Thank you.
Hi, Thupten Tenpa. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Nice to see you, Venerable.
Everybody is well.
How are you?
At Kopan, I mean, everybody has recovered and...
Yeah, yes, it seems so. It seems everyone is now in recovery stage, or have passed the recovery stage. There's just Geshe Lakpa, who our previous Gekala, who you probably met when you were last here. He's still recovering, but in his room. He's not in a critical situation anymore. So I think he's just resting, getting back to 100%. But everyone else is doing well, and
including you.
Also at the nunnery as well. I understand they've all recovered there too.
And I rejoice. I'm really, really happy. It was really scary to hear about, the outbreak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
It was quite ominous, but fortunately we got through it unscathed, and so that's good. With the monastery can get back to praying and working for all those beings who are not so fortunate and unable to practice. So, yeah. So thank you. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Have a great session.
You too. Thank you.
Keep well. Keep safe.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So thank you for joining me. I'm Tenzin Palvin, and I'm currently residing at Tushita Meditation Center here in Dharamsala. As you know, the pandemic is still spreading strongly in some places in India, although in some other places it has begun to decline. And so I feel very fortunate to be able to join all my fellow Sangha brothers and sisters from around the world to do these prayers to end the epidemic. And we're going to start by just doing a little bit of breath meditation and then doing the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer for pacifying the illnesses and then also for pacifying the famine and the danger of weapons and conflict, and then end with a little Tara prayer that His Holiness has recommended and dedications. So let's just take a few minutes to settle our minds and bodies and just to let go of anything you may be holding, the to-do lists or things from the past or things that you have to do in the future. And let's just take a few minutes to focus on our breaths. And if you wish, you can count your in-breath as 1 and your out-breath as 2. And if you find your mind wandering, which it invariably will, just simply bring it back to the breath. And as Mingyur Rinpoche says, it is the awareness of our breath that is really the key. So we are using our breath as a support to get in touch with our awareness, which is kind of like the sky. So I'm going to try and share the screen, and I want to show you first the picture of Thangtong Gyalpo. So as Rinpoche said, Mahasadev Thangtong Gyalpo built in his lifetime 58 iron bridges, 60 wooden bridges, 118 ferries, 120 assembly halls and temples, 111 stupas, and many hundreds of large and small stupas and innumerable paintings. And most importantly and interestingly, a few lifetimes ago, he was actually Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. So what we're going to do is take a few minutes just to hold this visualization in our mind as best as we can. And with this visualization, we will take the refuge prayer, and then we will do several rounds of Om Mani Padme Hum, and visualizing all our negativities of body, speech, and mind being purified by the lights coming out from Thangtong Gyalpo's crown, throat, and mind. So You have this visualization. So let's go to the prayer. All sentient beings, my mother, who are infinite. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bhaktinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bhaktinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So again, keeping the visualization of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and I will share that again. So visualize from the crown of his head pours down this brilliant white light and completely purifies all the negativities of our body, all the killing, stealing, sexual misconduct that we engaged in, all of it gets completely purified, and all the dirt goes out from our feet like dirty laundry water, and our bodies get filled with this blissful white light. So let's just do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll do a few loudly together and then stop. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like all the negativities of your body has been completely purified, and your body is now filled with this blissful white light. And now we visualize from the throat of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, this brilliant red light comes out, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech, any harsh words, derisive speech, idle gossip or lying we engaged in. So remember, it's important. The reason why we are doing this is because the pandemic came about through causes, and the causes are all the negativities that we have created through our body, speech, and mind for lifetimes. And so in order to remove the pandemic, we have to create the opposite causes by transforming our body, speech, and mind. And so this practice helps us to do that, so that we too can become like Thangtong Gyalpo and Shakyamuni Buddha and Avalokiteshvara, to benefit each and every sentient being. So again, we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum loudly and then softly, and visualize that the red light is completely purifying all the negativities of your speech and comes out like dirty laundry water through your feet and fills your speech with this radiant, blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, just take a few minutes to feel like your speech has been completely purified. All the things that you engaged in previously that were negative have been completely purified and transformed into caring, loving, compassionate speech. And now visualize from the heart mind, in fact, from the middle of that chakra, this brilliant, beautiful green-blue light pours into your heart, completely purifying all the negativities of your mind, attachments and aversions or covetousness and hatred and ill will, all of which is based on our ignorance, the self-grasping ignorance, which is the root cause of samsara. And it's because of that that the afflictions arise, and then because of these afflictions we create all this negative karma, and because of that negative karma there's all this suffering in the world. And so we really have to get to that heart of the root of our suffering, which is the self-grasping ego, and then its self-cherishing attitude, which is its kind of twin sister. So we visualize this brilliant blue-green light coming out and completely purifying all the negativities of our mind and the root cause of the suffering of all sentient beings. So we are visualizing our mother and all sentient beings are around us, our father and all sentient beings are around us in the form of males. So all the sentient beings in all the 6 realms are around us. And we are not leaving out any sentient being from the hell realms, hungry ghost, animal, human, sura, asura. We are doing this practice for all of them. So visualize that this brilliant blue-green light comes out and purifies the negativities of all these sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your mind has been completely purified of all the negativities and it has been transformed into the wise, compassionate, skillful mind. Thangtong Gyalpo is none other than Shakti Buddha, who is none other than our Guru. You know, you can think of Guru as His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. They are all one. So you visualize that your body, speech, and mind at this point have become completely purified and transformed into the body, speech, and mind of our Guru deities. And now we'll do just one more round where we visualize that a replica comes out from Thangtong Gyalpo of himself into the crowns of each one of us, and also into Mother Earth, and completely transforms and purifies all the negativities that we have caused, all the pain and suffering, the upheavals that we have caused her as a result of which we are seeing all these natural disasters and catastrophes. So we do the last round of Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing all of that has been purified, all the sentient beings have been transformed into little Thangtong Gyalpos or little Shakyamuni Buddhas, and Mother Earth has been transformed into a celestial mansion where everybody is living in peace and harmony. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 O mani padme hoi. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that this transformation is happening, can happen because we all have the Buddha natures within us. And all our afflictions, all our negativities are temporary. They are not part of our true nature. And our true nature is pure. It's the Buddha nature, and it can be transformed into Buddha Shakti, whatever Buddha we wish it to. So just take a sense to feel like this has happened worldwide. And our beautiful Mother Earth has also been transformed into this beautiful celestial nature. Now recognizing that this was a visualization and this has not actually happened, we recite the prayer, given that there is still the pandemics active all over the world and there are so many people suffering. We recite this prayer and that we pray that, like Thangtong Gyalpo, who with his immense bodhicitta was able to completely pacify the pandemic during his time, that we can also do it through these prayers. So we recite this a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. In the second round, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the last time, may all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now let's do the Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer for pacifying the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the high supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the true accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yakshas, wealth god, the lords of treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious one spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And next, the wonderful speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo to pacify the danger of weapons. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Yagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminates all dangers upon your hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5D generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants, cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And then we'll just do a very short recitation of the Tara prayer as recommended by His Holiness. Tara, who liberates from Samsara, Tutare, who liberates from the 8 fears, and Ture, who liberates from the 3 misconceptions. To Mother Tara, I prostrate. Om Tare Tutare Ture Swaha. Let's just do a quick round. Om Tare Tutare Ture Swaha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Swaha. And you can imagine the light coming out from green Tara, especially the COVID pandemic all over the world, especially in India and Nepal and in the countries that are greatly affected, and ending all the wars and conflicts in Israel and Lebanon and Tibet and China, and bringing peace and happiness all over the world. Om Tare Tutare Ture Swaha. 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 And we finally end quickly with the dedications. Changchu Samcho Rinpoche, Make Panam, Te Panam Pami Payang, Gumni Gumdu Pelvarju. Samsara and Nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetrained. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of non-dualist thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one Sankata, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And to seal the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Jampel pavo jita kenpadam kuntu sampo deyan dejinte deda kunti gezu dablo cheer geva dida tamche raptu go yuzum shepe yawa tamche ki gowa gangla chotu dapa de dagi geve savadi kuntyam sampo chochir raptu gowa. And finally, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Dupso Changzing Jam Gon Gyalwei, Tenzin Pyom Pel, So Perwele Montudo, Pada Sodolje Gondu Shabenshu. So thank you all for joining me, and please stay safe and be well. And thank you, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting us. And I turn it over now to
Tech Talk.
How are you doing in Nalanda?
Very well. Nalanda doing very well.
Very good.
How are you doing? Where are you?
I'm at Tushita Meditation Center in Dharamsala. So we are still, I mean, and this Dharamsala, Himachal, the state of Himachal is in complete lockdown still. So everything is happening online though. And so Tushita is doing pretty well with their online courses and still supporting their staff. So, you know, we can't complain given what's happening in the rest of India. So we are actually very fortunate to be where we are.
Yeah. How are your parents?
Well, my parents are in Mumbai. Mumbai, the cities have been badly affected, but Mumbai is recovering. And touch wood, they got both their vaccinations. So they're doing okay. They are holding up. And yeah, we pray. And His Holiness was really emphasizing do Tara prayers, you know, for the pandemic to end. So it is good to do some rounds of Tara prayers too. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I have it in my schedule.
Great. It's so good seeing you, Tekchokla. You take
Yeah,
care.
you
And
too.
have a
Do
good
well.
day.
Be happy.
You too. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. So I would like to thank the media team of Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much for offering this to the IMI. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who is doing the administration of these talks. Thank you very much. And let us just think for a moment while we're doing this practice, the way we're doing it. and who we are including in our thoughts. So let's begin. Hello, Chenrezig. So let us.
Hello.
Hello.
we thought we'd better say hello.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So let us visualize all sentient beings in human form sitting around you. Think that ultimately we're practicing to lead them all to enlightenment, but temporarily we're wishing them to be free from any disease, and the world is free of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that we're going to do is a visualization that Rinpoche gave in Madrid in 2009, and I adapted it a bit. So let us visualize 1,000-armed Chenrezig, standing, very wise, compassionate, 11 heads, 1,000 arms, and with each hand there is an eye. Dressed like an Indian prince, the Bodhisattva aspect, with a tiara, necklaces, armlets, rings. The hand closest to his body hold implements. Very serene, very calm, very wise. So visualize such a Chenrezig on the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, human being, sura, asura, intermediate state being, and also yourself. And nectar beams are emitting from 1,000-armed Chenrezig and then entering into the body and mind of all sentient beings. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. And we have to know that if we have any sickness or spirit harm, because of those collected from beginners' lifetimes, is our negative karma and defilements. And with these nectar beams, they are completely purified. And we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People are in lockdown, people are in hospitals and respirators. People who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Same visualization of nectar beams, emitting from 1,000-armed Chenrezig that's above the crown of all suffering mother sentient beings, and then entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm, constantly purifying with the visualization and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. And we have to request Chenrezig to guide us. As Rinpoche says, it's good to remember to visualize the suffering as extensive as possible, and to visualize that it's constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. We have to remember that from all sentient beings we received all the past, present, and in the future we will receive all the happiness. This is why they're so precious in our lives. To lead them to enlightenment, we have to develop compassion. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion so I can be able to help all sentient beings. So let us do the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With that tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. I would like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and others. For a generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killings and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And the actual prayer. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, does not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify being as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body of the mind and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kidney, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocence of Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instance, not occur in the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum. May by the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kidney, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent of Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kidney, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all dedication and prayers be fulfilled. And for the last recitation, may all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocence, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Dissolve it into a sphere of light that is absorbed into you and permeates your whole body. I would like to add to this session some mantras of the Green Tara, as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, as a practice we can do to stop the pandemic. Venerable Ave Tara, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Venerable Ave, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Venerable Ave, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa. Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om 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 Tare Tutare Ture Soa. Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa. Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om 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 Tare Tutare. Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Tari to the sound, Tari to 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 Tari to the soha. So I'd like to start the dedication. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transcendental beings never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities and grounds of path, may I quickly attain the state of Ajahn. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the Yoga's 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified, and all conducive and conditions be complete. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transcendental beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samathabhadra as well. Fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise of the best, by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, and by the teaching of the victorious one of Drapa to shine resplendent forever. For the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may be able to complete our life without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teachings. Okay. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these 2 are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world, to incomparably kind, supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowland teachings and transformative beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the very long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the Saburas moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, and never giving up on us, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So, hello, Venerable Raffaello. Buongiorno.
Hello, Benvenuto. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
I see the sun of wisdom is behind you.
What is behind me? Which kind of wisdom?
The sun.
Oh, the sun. Yeah, but actually it's cloud, a little bit cloudy. But the windows is making this effect, you know. But you know, it's cloudy. But anyway, it's
okay.
Good. It's good. Okay.
Okay. Be well. Be happy.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Okay. Thank you.
Next. Bye.
Bye bye.
Buongiorno a tutti, eccoci qua. Magari devo sistemare un attimo la luce perché mi pare che c'è un po' di, sembra come diceva Venera Matteo, c'ho la luce della saggezza dietro, ma in realtà è la luce della finestra. Vediamo un po'. Ah, così va un po' meglio, ecco. Chiuso un po' l'oscuro. Bene, allora continuiamo quello che è già stato iniziato. Mi spiace per Cat Stevens, ma devo parlare in italiano. So sorry, Cat Stevens, if I hope you can understand Italian. I'm going through that language. Quindi ci mettiamo in posizione di meditazione e facciamo qualche minuto di rilassamento di corpo e mente. Ora che abbiamo un corpo rilassato, al suo interno una mente vigile, attenta e rilassata, cerchiamo di far sorgere la corretta motivazione per continuare in questa pratica. E siccome siete tutti esperti, rammento soprattutto a me stesso più che a voi gli strumenti adatti per sviluppare una corretta motivazione, che sono appunto il fatto di avere una preziosa rinascita umana, ma di essere soggetti alla morte in permanenza, e quindi non c'è tempo da sprecare. E rispetto a questo cerchiamo di, attraverso il vedere velocemente le motivazioni dei tre individui di diversa motivazione, quella inferiore, quella intermedia e quella superiore, cerchiamo di sviluppare quella mente che vuole che è interessata al beneficio degli altri, è interessata al benessere di tutti gli esseri, e per poterlo mettere in pratica aspira e si impegna all'ottenimento dello stato di liberazione definitiva, lo stato di Buddha, da cui poter beneficiare tutti gli altri, guidandoli verso la liberazione definitiva, agganciando gli altri quando sono maturi per poter fare questo. E ci diamo qualche minuto. Avendo sviluppato e fatto sorgere questa motivazione corretta, questa alta motivazione, cerchiamo di concentrarci su questa e sentirla proprio dentro di noi. Avendo sviluppato questa motivazione e tenendola ben presente nel nostro cuore, nella nostra consapevolezza, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nella sua manifestazione compassionevole, Chenrezig, che è di fronte a noi, tutto attorno a noi i nostri esseri senzienti, nostri, perché abbiamo una relazione estremamente compenetrata con loro, tutti sono stati nostra madre, tutti hanno bisogno di non soffrire, tutti aspirano alla felicità, e noi che siamo i loro figli dobbiamo prendercene cura, dobbiamo prendere noi la responsabilità per ripagare la loro gentilezza, di far ottenere ciò che desiderano di più, la felicità, non peritura. Quindi con queste visualizzazioni ci rivolgiamo a Buddha, Buddha Chenrezig, e prendiamo rifugio. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per essere in grado di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per essere in grado di beneficiarne tutti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel suo insegnamento, il Dharma, e nei suoi assistenti, il Sangha, tramite la pratica della generosità, della moralità, della pazienza, dello sforzo entusiastico, della concentrazione e della saggezza. Posso io ottenere lo stato di un Tathagata e da lì poter essere in grado di beneficiare di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi ora noi recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig, e immaginiamo che dal cuore di Chenrezig, visualizzato di fronte a noi, che è fatto di luce ed è presente, il fatto che noi non lo percepiamo è semplicemente un limite dei nostri sensi, un limite delle nostre capacità che possono essere acquisite e sviluppate, e ci guarda con amorevole compassione, senza pregiudizi, senza giudizi, solo con il desiderio della nostra felicità. Quindi recitando il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, immaginiamo che raggi di luce pervadono, provenendo dal suo cuore, il nostro corpo e il corpo di tutti gli esseri senzienti, eliminando le interferenze e i problemi che ognuno di noi ha. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, mantenendo la nostra corretta motivazione e in specifico ricordandoci che siamo qua per dare un contributo per eliminare la pandemia che sta interessando il mondo intero e quindi eliminare le sofferenze di tutti quelli che vengono colpiti, di quelli che hanno paura. Facciamo assieme questa preghiera in modo forte e presente. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati alle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora, prima di fare le strofe di dedica, immaginiamo che Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi si assorbe in una dimensione più piccola della grandezza di un pollice e si dirige sopra il nostro capo prendendo la stessa direzione di noi stessi e lentamente si assorbe dentro di noi e si assorbe il nostro cuore e la mente di Chenrezig e la nostra mente diventano inseparabili come acqua che entra nell'acqua. E ora facciamo la dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre di più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezioni. Dedichiamo per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le nostre future vite. Posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, Posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Posso io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Affinché la Tsongkhapa sia il nostro Guru Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite future. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dei vittoriosi. Questo per essere di servizio, essere in grado di essere di servizio a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nelle foreste, posso io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Questa preghiera, proprio da Bodhisattva, dimorare nel samsara per gli esseri senzienti, fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto esiste dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto esiste dalla mia parte. Quindi ora facciamo la dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. E con questa dedica possiamo aggiungere nostre dediche specifiche e anche possiamo dedicare non solo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ma per tutti i maestri che ci conducono lungo il sentiero verso l'illuminazione, tutti quei maestri che molti di noi hanno e che sono specifici. Grazie. Adesso passo il testimone a Siliana.
Buongiorno, mi senti?
Sì, ti sentiamo bene.
Bene,
Benissimo.
sono contenta, very good. Very good. Ok, buongiorno a tutti. Intanto faccio prima il ringraziamento al team del Chenrezig. Tu come vai, Raffaello?
Io di solito a piedi, ma ogni tanto anche quando piove in macchina.
Stai bene?
Sì, grazie. Te?
Io benissimo.
Okay.
Benissimo, proprio.
Ok, saluto tutti e vi lascio
tutti.
nelle preziose mani di Siliana. Ciao, ciao.
Ok, ciao, ciao, buona giornata.
Grazie a te. Ciao.
So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute, the high-tech team that is helping us since the 45 weeks now. And without their contribution, their help, support, we'll not be able to manage to have this event. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Grazie al team del Chenrezig Institute che ci aiuta, ci sostiene in questa pratica da 45 settimane. Adesso oggi è la 45esima settimana che stiamo facendo questa pratica della maratona di preghiera e è veramente molto potente lo facciamo per soddisfare i consigli che ci ha dato Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ma in realtà Lama Zopa Rinpoche ci ha dato questi consigli perché noi possiamo generare una mente positiva e riuscire a dare un pochettino di contributo nel mondo per pacificare da questa pandemia. Ok, vediamo, ci sono dei messaggi, sono i ringraziamenti, ok, good. Ora possiamo cercare di generare una buona motivazione. Pensiamo che abbiamo questo corpo umano che è il risultato di molte cause e condizioni che noi stessi abbiamo creato nelle vite passate, a causa della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza. Abbiamo ottenuto questo corpo umano e particolarmente abbiamo ottenuto un corpo umano che è dotato di caratteristiche perfette e particolarmente abbiamo anche l'intenzione di promuovere le più alte qualità di noi stessi e degli altri esseri umani. Quindi questo è il nostro miglior contributo che possiamo dare al mondo, è proprio un contributo per la pace nel mondo. Non c'è miglior contributo di questo per la pace nel mondo. Quello di appunto osservare e proteggere la vita degli altri esseri viventi, agire soltanto in un modo costruttivo, quindi con la consapevolezza della legge di causa-effetto, dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni. In questo modo proteggiamo la nostra mente e questa è l'essenza dell'insegnamento del Buddha. Quindi il nostro corpo che abbiamo adesso, essendo il risultato di tante cause e condizioni, particolarmente grazie alla possibilità di aver potuto praticare nelle vite passate, grazie all'esistenza di altri esseri viventi, e ancora tutto quello che abbiamo adesso, tutto quello che noi sperimentiamo da quando siamo nati fino ad ora. Tutto quello che abbiamo deriva dal lavoro, dall'attività, dallo sforzo, dall'impegno e anche dalla vita di innumerevoli altri esseri viventi. Quindi generiamo un profondo sentimento di apprezzamento per tutto quello che abbiamo. Tutto quello che abbiamo, tutto quello che noi riceviamo dagli altri è molto di più di quello che noi diamo. Quindi con l'intenzione di essere del maggior beneficio possibile per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, ci accingiamo a fare questa pratica, pensando proprio a Chenrezig di fronte a noi, che può essere nell'aspetto di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o maestro al quale siete collegati o per il quale avete una connessione e che stimola dentro di voi tutte quante le qualità virtuose. Immaginiamo che dal cuore di Chenrezig si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che pervadono completamente il nostro corpo, eliminando tutte quante quelle oscurazioni che ci impediscono di riconoscere la gentilezza degli altri esseri viventi, le oscurazioni che ci impediscono di riconoscere l'interdipendenza dei fenomeni, quelle oscurazioni che ci impediscono di apprezzare tutto quello che abbiamo. Entriamo così in contatto con la nostra natura fondamentale di gentilezza. Immaginiamo appunto col respiro, inspiriamo l'energia positiva di tutti quanti i Buddha, di tutti quanti gli esseri illuminati. E quando espiriamo, diamo l'energia di amore e compassione verso tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Quindi dal profondo del cuore riconosciamo le qualità illuminate di Chenrezig, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. E dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. In realtà quello che prendiamo rifugio è in queste qualità, che sono anche le qualità che noi stessi dovremo ottenere, le qualità che otterremo in futuro. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente e il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora immaginiamo sempre Chenrezig di fronte a noi o sul nostro capo e dal suo cuore si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi stessi e tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi. e così purificano tutte quante le condizioni negative avverse, pacificano tutte quante le sofferenze, in particolare così ricevono le benedizioni per la trasformazione della loro mente, al fine di poter essere liberi completamente da tutte le sofferenze samsariche. E mentre recitiamo il mantra, cerchiamo di fare questa visualizzazione. Possiamo anche visualizzare il mondo al nostro cuore, e pensando che una pioggia di nettare entra dentro di noi, alla testa del cuore visualizziamo il mondo, e qua il mondo viene completamente pervaso dall'energia positiva degli esseri illuminati, particolarmente dalla grande compassione di Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, money for me, 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 oh. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 money for me, money. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. Money for me, oh, 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 money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh. Oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Money for me, oh, money for me, money for me, oh, 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 money for me, money for me, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. No money, no money, no money, no money, no. Oh money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no. No money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no. Oh money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no. Oh money, no money, no money, no money, no money, no. Oh money per me, 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 money per me, oh 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 money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, oh money per me, oh money per me, oh money per me, oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Money per me, oh money per me, oh money per me, oh. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando al significato delle parole. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai butta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che è come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato. Separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati alle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri della King, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del Kama e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai butta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenza annosa, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano usati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei tachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti di grado, dalle malattie, dai Bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti essere incarnati, essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, e quel semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei tachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora siamo alla parte relativa alla dedica. Come appunto incoraggio Lama Zopa Rinpoche a fare queste strofe di dedica dopo gli insegnamenti sull'addestramento mentale, per realizzare bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, possa la mente che è stata generata non diminuirà mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Per realizzare la vacuità, samsara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza vittoriosa Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana, in tutte le nostre vite possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Poi ancora le strofe che vengono dalla preziosa ghirlanda di Nagarjuna, per essere sempre usate dagli esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna eccezione, senza alcuna resistenza. Poi qua questa dedica è anche in relazione alla pratica del prendere e dare, quindi la pratica della purificazione, della grande compassione e della generosità. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri di tutti gli esseri senzienti, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. La dedica affinché qualunque essere senziente che mi vede possa essere libero dalla sofferenza, possa sperimentare tutte le felicità. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi, anche solo toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come le rame giuste, come Samantavada hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici virtù, lo dedico considerata come la suprema, a tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura. Poi ancora facciamo la preghiera di lunga vita, personalità e dare la gioiello, esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile. Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Poi la preghiera di lunga vita per Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni e preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunat, che magistralmente preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunat, che magistralmente compie le magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Quindi ora passiamo la parola al venerabile Damcho, che è colui che guida tutto questo evento e ci organizza tutte quante le nostre varie sessioni, e voglio ricordare che le prossime sessioni in italiano saranno alle 10:30 e poi alle 19:30, alle 21:30 oggi. E noi ci rivediamo la prossima settimana, probabilmente abbastanza presto. Penso farò la sessione verso le 7 del mattino. Ok, Damchallah, good morning.
Good morning, Venerable Ciliana. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very
So,
well.
I pressed the wrong button. It sounded like it looked like I was trying to leave again. No, lovely to see you.
Nice to see you too, dear. And I saw in the schedule of the people, what does it mean, the TBC?
To be confirmed.
Be confirmed. Okay, so you have still some empty space.
No, it's all covered. Venerable Yuntin took up the
gap,
okay. So, which is quite nice.
Okay.
We sometimes have that when people sort of sign up, when they see the gap, and then they fill in when they get the time. So
that's good.
We got a full schedule, which is always nice.
Okay, fantastic. Okay,
all
so
right.
See you next week, and thank you very much for all the work that you are doing, dear.
No,
okay?
thank you for
thank
stepping
you.
in. Do I hear plenty of birds in the background?
If possible, yes. Yes. There are quite a few birds around, yes. Because Lama Zopa Prayers is a kind of a countryside.
Yes.
It's not in the city, you know. So in front of me there are many trees, and it's like a condominium. You say many different kind of birds. Big one, a small one, also very tiny one like this. They are all sharing, chatting. It's very nice.
I'm just curious. Have you found that there are more birds around this time, or is it just because we were so long in lockdown? Because it seems like where I am, there seem to be more birds in town than we had the year before, unless we just take more notice of them now. Maybe the lockdowns helped them a bit.
For them, for sure, in the city probably, but here, you know, we are in a kind of countryside, so even if we're in like lockdown, actually I would say home arrest. Yeah, because we are far from supermarket and so forth. We all had the possibility to go to the different town and like this, so we actually didn't experience so much this home arrest. And and now it seems the situation is getting better, because they give us a little bit more freedom, which is not the same freedom that we had before, but a little bit more, you know. It's kind of anyway. We don't enter in this sorry, because it's just too much. The very good thing is that we had the chance to do this practice and to connect with all our brothers and sisters around the world. And this, I think, is something so precious, so fantastic, that really is thanks to this pandemic that we are experiencing this. So is helping us to kind of pacify a little bit this negative karma, or at least helping those who are passing away to have a better rebirth. And so that is the main thing that I really appreciate very much, and I thank so much Lama Zopa Rinpoche for this opportunity. It's just like so precious, so precious, so precious.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Have a nice day, dear. Ciao, ciao. Ciao, ciao. Bye, bye.
Bye. What else have we got there? Oh, hello, Margot. How are you? Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for hosting us beautifully again. Who else?
Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you.
Who's your little helper?
A very big team. Shannon, we need to show
Come
how
on,
many
step
people is
into the shot. You
watching.
don't get enough credit here. Everyone from the team who's there, get in the screen. Hello, everyone. Lovely to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Nice, excellent. So yes, I sent an update, you know, where we had the gap. You've probably seen already, Venerable Yunton is filling the slots that were open.
Who will be doing?
Venerable Yunton.
Ah, good.
So she's taken the 2-3 slots that were still there, just so you know.
Wow.
All
Okay.
right. I better crack on. I got to be somewhere just after that. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damsha, based in the UK. Thank you very much for joining us throughout these sessions. If you have been with us in earlier sessions today, thank you very much for staying on. If you just joined us, welcome. And we hope you find benefit in what we do. And without further delay, let's just reset our motivation and ease the mind. Just taking a few deep breaths. Think about why you're here. What is your motivation for being here? You may be following Lama Zopa's advice and doing this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings and to combat the pandemic. You may be here because it's just nice to take a break from the turbulences of modern living and the times you're living right now. You may be here because you have suffered directly or indirectly through the pandemic, either having had family members who have been sick or died, or you yourself may have been sick. You may have had impact with regards to your income and job security. You may have been at the front line, being constantly exposed to the suffering that the pandemic has caused, and that's taken its toll, understandably. Whatever the reasons, you know, just appreciate that you're in a safe space here. We don't judge. We'd like to provide an environment for you to just be you and know that you're not on your own. And while we all experience suffering in different ways, none of us wants to suffer. And on that premise, we should look out for one another. Also this week we had 32 years of post Tiananmen Square. And while that can be seen as a difficult topic and sensitive topic, depending where you live in the world, we have to acknowledge that the actions of a regime do not represent necessarily its people. And Tiananmen Square has shown that many of those who live in China don't necessarily agree with oppression and the way the governments behave. And it's not just China. We've seen it in past history, Germany, the Nazi regime, but not just exclusive. I mean, there's a lot of oppression going around the world. And we stood by because it didn't affect us. That's their backyard, not ours. As long as we got that cheap phone with the cheap clothing, the cheap this, the cheap that, the oil prices stay down, who cares? But we really should take note of it. However remotely, through our consumerism, we take part. Every time we don't stand up for the rights of others, we take part. There's a saying, if you remain silent, you agree. So if you turn away, when somebody's being beaten, don't take any action, don't want to get involved, you support that act. So though we often say, compassion for all, it's easy to go like, well, that doesn't affect me. They must have done something to annoy them. It's always a victim. Even the perpetrator is a victim of its own action. Driven by fear, hatred, anger and ignorance, greed, you name it. So we must be compassionate. We must be compassionate to those with those even we don't agree with, and be there for those who need our help, and pick up the pieces so that we can transform this world into a better place for everyone. And our prayers, for Thangtong Gyalpo, to combat the pandemic. Again, when we recite these prayers, when we say, all sentient beings, my mother's infinite like space, we need to look at all sentient beings and not exclude. We must be inclusive. Friend, foe, there is no such thing. They're just sentient beings. You could argue that we have bad days, to use that as an excuse to justify some of our behavior. Maybe these beings just have a bad lifetime. In the end, what we see in this world are still human beings who have been reborn in human form. They must have done something right in previous lifetimes to be granted such a rebirth. So we just need to help them. If we visualize our Guru in the form of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, and if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front or above the crown of your head. Excuse me for a second. If you're joining us from a different faith, please visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. If you don't wish to engage with deities, just visualize a clear light that is filled with love and compassion. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions, and each light beam carrying love and compassion to the infinite number of sentient beings. Each light beam finding one of those beings, entering the bodies through the crown of their heads, and filling them with love, compassion, and purifying essence, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. As we can feel the healing of the purifying action taking place, we recognize that it was through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have created suffering, not just for ourselves, but for other sentient beings. And we show regret, sincere regret, and ask all sentient beings for forgiveness for what we had done. And we promise to from now on change and be of benefit and service to ensure that no being suffers, but enjoys the happiness that is free from suffering. And we invite all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying nectar intensifying, cleansing more and more of the negative karma in our system, atom by atom and the spaces between those atoms, until we're being filled with pure light. And we begin to exchange ourselves light-wise with the Guru, back and forth, receiving, giving, becoming one in essence with the Guru. And we also begin to exchange light with all other sentient beings who, like us, exchange themselves with the Guru. We all are one with the Guru. We are one source of compassion, one source of love, one bright shiny beacon for those still lost in the darkness. And as more and more beings join and begin to shine brightly, we dispel more and more of the negative karma, delusions that kept us in samsara, and that samsara falls other sentient beings. Let's recite the mighty mantra. Again, remember that body, speech, and mind, Om, have kept us in suffering. Our actions, and we wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mahani and Padma. And combining that in Om, we can transform from our current state into the holy state. We recite a few out loud and the rest on breath. We do a few rounds of it. We do about 5 minutes. If you have a prayer wheel, please feel free to spin. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Having recognized our faults of past lifetimes caused by ignorance and actions through body, speech, and mind, having shown regret and having taken refuge in the Guru and having recited many mantras to the great love and compassion of the Guru and the power of regret and the forgiveness of other sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and in the aspect of the Guru. And holding on to that pure state, we're now reciting the main prayer for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be free of suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. May those who have been sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed on into the bardo be reborn under favorable condition. And may those who have suffered other hardships be given whatever resources are required to re-establish the happiness that is free of suffering. We recite the main prayer 3 times. And please, from the depth of your heart, visualize how through the power of the prayer and your conviction, the causes of suffering are being burned away. Every single seed to stop suffering from germinating again and giving rise to continued suffering. May all the diseases outside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, final time, really with great conviction that suffering will cease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that's the main prayer of the Thangtong Gyalpo done. We keep on visualizing how the root causes of pandemic are being destroyed. And we keep on reciting this prayer until we know that we got every single seat. We didn't miss anyone out, that we cleared the space, underneath our feet. Sometimes we forget, that we, maybe when we worked in a field, to clean the shoes, and then we bring whatever we try to eradicate back into the field, into the flower bed, that sort of stuff. And the same with the pandemic. So make sure, you keep on reciting until we can be sure we got each individual aspect of that suffering. So if we go for dedications, let's have a quick look. Maybe dedicate to all mother sentient beings. All sentient beings live long and healthy lives. Achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and this in all future lifetimes. May we be the cause for all mother sentient beings to be free from suffering and enjoy the causes of happiness. And may we be the cause for them to be happy. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all other traditions, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive. May all our brothers and sisters achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Never be separated from the Dharma, and this in all future lifetimes, and never be separated from virtuous friend, our precious Gurus, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate it to the wonderful lay community who so kindly offers their support to the Sangha by offering skills, time, and has to be said finances to ensure that projects and centers can run and charitable project can be realized with all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha and the precious gurus, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. We dedicate to our precious gurus who so kindly look after us and our spiritual needs, ensuring that we tread carefully on the path at the beginning and then more and more involve us in deeper practices so that we may benefit other sentient beings. May all our gurus live long and healthy lives, and if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always benefit from their presence and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, 62 years in exile, and he still has promoted nothing more than compassion and dialogue in a world that is often filled with greed, ignorance, and power struggles. May His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see him one day be able to be reunited with his people in Tibet. And may we always benefit from His Holiness' wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with this particular session on Saturdays. And in his great wisdom, not only benefited the sentient beings in this world by engaging us in deeper practice, but also has brought together the community of the Sangha in much, much greater ways than we could have imagined before. May Lama Zopa living long and healthy lives, and all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all living beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And the long life prayers for Lama Zopa and His Holiness. His Holiness first. Gangri rawe kavi shinkandi pendang deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site badu. Thank you, Hochi. Tupsil chang xing yam gyun gelwe ten xing kyun pelwe kun su dok fo tse chok tsum kewe lek mun tu dru pa dak sok tu je gun du shap ten shu. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much if you joined us through the sessions. I hope you have enjoyed yourself, benefited from it, and if you're staying on, and particularly if you just arrived to join our little Spanish group, Spanish-speaking group, should I say, because they're not just Spaniards, also from Colombia, Mexico, and all over the place. I hope you brought the book, Paloma. Did you bring the book? Ah, there's the wonderful book in the background. Here you go. It has to be shown. Wonderful. Thank you very much. It always gives me joy to see it. What a wonderful project. I can't believe you've done this. Thank you very much. Who else have we got there? Paloma's here, Fabio's here. Hello, Venerable Drama. How are you? So, Paloma, I hand over to you. I hope you're well.
Thank you. Thank
Hello,
you.
Begonia. Begonia just sort of, there she is. It's there as well. See, I thought somebody was missing. I see you guys this evening.
Okay.
Lots of love. Take care. Bye-bye.
Chao, bye, bye. Bueno, pues un saludo a todos. Begoña, un saludo a Begoña, Drolma, Fabio. Te estaba saludando Dancho. Dice, ¿dónde está Begoña? ¿Cómo van tus ojos? ¿Bien? No, el micrófono. A ver.
Hoy me he levantado, que veo un poquito más borroso, depende. Hay mañanas que me levanto con la vista un poco más así, otras veces mejor. Y
Bueno.
me escuece bastante.
Bueno.
Cuando las gotas me escuece mucho, pero bueno, yo supongo que es normal. Pasado mañana voy al médico y a ver lo que me dice.
Como veis, tenemos Samsara es esto. Tenemos unos agregados y los agregados desde luego no son muy puros, respetando lo presente. Y entonces, pues bueno, claro que los agregados nos dan...
nos dan que hacer.
¿Eh?
Nos dan que hacer.
Nos dan faena. Y bueno, aún así, qué suerte y creo que todos somos conscientes de lo afortunados que somos con el Dharma y habiendo encontrado a Rinpoche, a su santidad el Dalai Lama, sobre todo las enseñanzas de la compasión, y porque, bueno, sin ellas estaríamos totalmente perdidos. Entonces, claro, cuanto más apreciemos lo que significa el haber encontrado nosotros el Dharma, yo creo que también nos ayuda a tener como mayor responsabilidad y mayor compasión también hacia los demás que están pasándolo como tú o incluso mucho peor, pero sin ningún tipo de herramienta, ¿no? Es como el que está, pues eso, ahí flotando perdido en el océano sin saber por dónde salvarse o a qué acogerse. Nosotros por lo menos hemos encontrado ese flotador que dice Rinpoche, ¿no? Bueno, que dicen las enseñanzas, el de donde la tortuga ciega logra meter su cabecita, pues estamos ahí. Sorry, perdón que el rollito del teléfono. Ay, ay, perdón.
No, Paloma, ponle en silencio y ya está. No hay que contestar siempre.
No, si es que si lo estaba pagando y he contestado. Y era importante, pero bueno, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Entonces, bueno, pues eso, que somos muy afortunados de haber encontrado el perfecto renacimiento humano y eso es lo que tenemos que darnos cuenta y por lo tanto, pues aprovecharlo. Si os parece, estamos unos momentitos en silencio para generar un estado de mente pues, virtuoso. Quería también refrescar algún verso de Santideva que nos ayude a sintonizar bien con ese potencial de bondad que todos tenemos. Y luego arrancamos con la práctica, ¿vale? Wow. Lama Zopa Rinpoche nos dice, lo mejor en tu vida, estimar a los seres. Porque si no queremos sufrir, necesitamos eliminar las causas del sufrimiento, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia que se aferra al yo. Y el antídoto, pensar en los demás en vez de estar centrado en nosotros mismos. Y bueno, si nosotros estamos en esa posición que hemos encontrado el barco, hemos encontrado los medios para salir del sufrimiento y del océano del samsara, ¿cómo podemos abandonar a los demás y dejarlos mirar solo por nuestro propio bien? Es totalmente cruel e inadecuado. Y Santideva, también quería compartir un verso de Santideva del Bodhisattva Charyavatara que dice, no debería hacer nada que no sea para el beneficio de los demás, directa o indirectamente, y dedicaré todo por el despertar, solo para el beneficio de los demás. Y esto es algo en lo que nos tenemos que adiestrar. Tenemos la suerte de recibir las enseñanzas Mahayana y de poder mantener esa atención consciente que nos ayude a recordar que nuestra felicidad depende de los demás, que todo lo bueno que llega a nuestras vidas es gracias a los demás y que ahora nos necesitan y nosotros podemos devolver esa bondad. También quiero concluir con solamente algo que en su momento Tenzin Oselita en una charla decía de forma muy simple sobre el karma. Dice, lo que estás trabajando tendrá un efecto. Entonces, si estamos trabajando en la bondad, si estamos trabajando en la compasión, si estamos trabajando en purificar nuestra mente, sí o sí tendrá un efecto. Y tenemos, gracias a la bondad de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, luego esta situación tan dolorosa para tantos de la pandemia que nos sirve de condición para practicar con mayor pureza. Y por eso estamos aquí, intentando cultivar la compasión para el antídoto a la pandemia, el antídoto a los problemas, el antídoto a los sufrimientos. Entonces, bueno, vamos a visualizar que estamos en la presencia de Guru Chenrezig, que encarna, es la manifestación de su ante el Dalai Lama, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de nuestros maestros, de todo el Buda, Dharma y Sangha, y nos mira con esa mirada que llega a tu corazón y lo suaviza. Inmediatamente te sientes bien, derrumba todas tus miedos, tus problemas, tus oscurecimientos. Está ahí para guiarnos, nunca nos va a abandonar, no va a mirar a otra parte. Y nos bendice para que nuestra mente se vuelva una con el Dharma, que el Dharma sea nuestro camino y que podamos superar todos los obstáculos en ese camino. Entonces a nuestra derecha está el Padre y los hermanos, independientemente de que estén vivos o muertos, en los diferentes reinos de existencia, sufriendo. Y a nuestra izquierda nuestra Madre y hermanas. Por detrás las personas con las que tenemos mayor afinidad o nos llevamos mejor. Delante aquellas con las que tenemos roces, dificultades. Todos afligidos por los mismos problemas, los engaños. Todos manejados por esas mismas dueños, los engaños. Y todos iguales en desear felicidad y no sufrir. Entonces intentamos ser conscientes de abrir nuestro corazón a todos y cada uno de los seres innumerables como el espacio. Es difícil hasta denunciar, pero que podamos desarrollar esa actitud valiente, ese coraje de los bodhisattvas, como Lama Zopa Rinpoche continuamente nos dice, por mí mismo, solo, que pueda yo liberar a los seres del sufrimiento. Entonces, aunque es una actitud obviamente de gran valor, de gran coraje, no pensemos que es imposible de desarrollar. Otros lo han hecho y tenemos todas las condiciones a nuestro alcance para hacerlo. Entonces tomamos refugio. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio, y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, en las deidades de meditación y en las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, al recitar el mantra, recordamos que desde Guru Chenrezig, nuestro maestro, fluye luz, energía compasiva que nos impregna totalmente y erradica la actitud egocéntrica, los engaños, la ignorancia, el karma negativo, todos los oscurecimientos, y especialmente pensamos que esa misma luz de Chenrezig se irradia a todos los seres que están ahora en situaciones muy extremas de gran sufrimiento, limpiando totalmente colmándoles de la energía de la compasión y sabiduría y erradicando todo el sufrimiento y causas de sufrimiento. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo la visualización. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Piensa que tanto tú como los seres hemos sido impregnados de la energía compasiva de Guru Chenrezig y que nuestros oscurecimientos, karma negativo, se ha erradicado, se ha purificado. Entonces ahora pensamos, hacemos la oración primero de Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de las enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Siguiente repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, las guardianes, protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y ahora hacemos la oración de súplica a Chenrezig, piensa en Rinpoche, piensa en Santiago del Dalai Lama, son Chenrezig y que le hacemos lo más genuinamente que podamos esta oración. Tesoro de compasión, por favor préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Y por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas, a mí y a los errantes, a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostrarnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces piensa que el Guru Chenrezig acepta nuestra súplica, te mira con esa gran bondad de aceptación. Y una réplica viene a tu coronilla, así como la de cada uno de los seres, se funde en luz, se absorbe en ti y tu mente se unifica con su sagrada mente que se ha llegado hasta tu corazón. Erradicando todos los velos que oscurecen esa naturaleza pura, compasiva, se han disipado totalmente. Y intentamos determinarnos para no oscurecer, no olvidar al Guru Chenrezig en nuestro corazón y poder llevar a cabo que nuestras actividades de cuerpo, palabra y mente no se separen de la mente de la bondad, la compasión, de la bodhicitta. Recitamos 7 veces para acabar el mantra del Logyoma. Recordar que, aunque no lo hago yo aquí en el grupo, pero recordar que Sante el Dalai Lama ha recomendado también el mantra de Tara, ¿vale? Tenemos una gran recomendación de muchos mantras, la verdad es esa, fantástico, así podemos hacer muchas prácticas. Om Pizzasi Parnasawari Sarvasara Prasamanaye Soha, 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 Om Pizzasi Parnasawari Sarvasara Prasamanaye Soha. Y nos regocijamos de la virtud acumulada por nosotros y por todos y cada uno de los seres. Pensemos especialmente en los que participan desde más de un año ya en estas oraciones de Thangtong Gyalpo y en toda la virtud de los seres del pasado, presente y futuro, y la dedicamos. Entonces, Venerable Drolma, ¿puedes hacer alguna dedicación?
Claro. Que a través de estos méritos pueda todo el sufrimiento mental, emocional y físico que experimentan los seres ser totalmente purificado, así como sus causas, y puedan todos los santos deseos de nuestros maestros manifestarse con facilidad, puedan eliminarse todos los obstáculos en los centros y tener todas las condiciones propicias para seguir esparciendo el Dharma.
Muchas gracias, Venerable Begoña.
Y dedico los méritos para el fin de esta pandemia, para que todo el mundo pueda conseguir una vacuna, sea del país que sea, y tenga los medios económicos o no tenga ninguno, para que podamos recuperar poco a poco las economías y la marcha de nuestros países sea pues como más normal y cada vez mejor. Y nada, y que podamos impartir las actividades en los centros y que puedan participar todo el mundo de nuevo otra vez con mayor eficacia incluso que antes.
Muchas gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues nada, yo añado que podamos ir a las enseñanzas de nuestros maestros muy pronto y que ellos también vengan a nuestros países cuanto antes.
Sobre todo si es a Rusia.
Bueno, no estaría mal.
Vale.
Hecho.
Entonces, que últimamente la bodhicitta pueda nacer y crecer sin nunca degenerar, sin aumentar más y más, que podamos alcanzar el estado de poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Ahora recordemos a nuestros maestros su gran bondad y que tengan vidas muy, muy largas y muy saludables, que impartan el Dharma y nosotros podamos recibirlo y practicarlo, y que en esta y en todas nuestras vidas, nosotros y todos los seres, encontremos siempre maestros Mahayana perfectamente cualificados, podamos recibir sus enseñanzas, practicarlas con pureza y diligencia y lograr rápidamente la iluminación para el beneficio de los seres. Una tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunath. Oraciones magníficas que a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás discípulos, te lo ruego, tener una vida larga. Bueno, pues muchas gracias a todos. Ya sabéis que a las 9 tenemos otro pase, otra sesión con Venerable Fabio, otra oportunidad más de juntarnos y practicar la virtud. Entonces, eso, os esperamos a las 9 a todos. Muchas gracias y también thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, whoever is today helping. Y eso, que dediquemos también por todos los que hacen factible que podamos juntarnos, porque hay mucho trabajo detrás de que nos podamos reunir aquí unos cuantos a meditar y a practicar Chenrezig, ¿ok? Venga.
Gracias, Paloma.
Buenas tardes, chicas y chicos. Hello, Cristiana, how are you? A ver.
Hey, I am okay.
Very good.
Thanks to you. I was wondering about Begonia's glasses. Did she lose them?
Oh, you are you keep an eye very well. No, you know what? She has received surgery of one eye. Then because of that, she removed the glasses and she's waiting for maybe July to have a surgery on the other eye. Then meanwhile, she cannot use glasses because still are not completely fixed what is going to be on her eyes. That's the reason. But the surgery has been okay.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Yeah. So tell her my best wishes.
Claro, claro que sí, Cristiana.
Okay, ciao. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Ciao.
Thank you, dear.
You too. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Ciao. Bye. Ok, cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Come non devo parlare con nessuno adesso, nel caso di auricolari. Allora, la cosa molto importante che stiamo facendo con questa maratona è di prodigarci per un problema indipendentemente dalle nostre prospettive di successo. Un secondo solo. Scusate, avevo lasciato accesa una cosa, ho sentito l'odore sul fuoco. Prodigarci per un problema, facendoci guidare in questa meditazione, in questa maratona, collegandoci con le iniziative molto efficaci e virtuose di maestri come Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, eccetera. Facciamo tutto questo senza una prospettiva di guadagno personale. Sebbene tutto ciò che si fa per il Dharma dovrebbe essere così, dovrebbe essere sempre così, ma normalmente prevalgono comunque nelle nostre attività di Dharma delle aspettative, delle prospettive personali. Dovremmo ricordarci invece che tutto ciò che si fa per lo scopo di questa vita non è pratica spirituale, ok? Cioè, anche se abbiamo diritto, per esempio, di cercare sollievo dalla sofferenza che ci procura vedere gli effetti di questa pandemia, abbiamo questo diritto di cercare sollievo, ok? Così come abbiamo diritto di fare tante altre cose, ma la pratica diventa pratica spirituale quando abbandoniamo le prospettive di questa vita, anche nei confronti delle persone per cui ci prodighiamo. Per esempio, scusate, per esempio le persone che sappiamo che sono malate e che corrono il rischio di morire, le persone che sono già morte, le persone che hanno perso il lavoro, le persone che si sono si sono rivolte a una soluzione conflittuale pur di venirne in qualche modo fuori. Tutte queste situazioni, ovviamente, noi abbiamo il giusto desiderio che vengano alleviate, che vengano risanate, ma la pratica che facciamo non è per questa vita, non è per il nostro sollievo in questa vita. La pratica il sollievo è un'attitudine ego gratificante. È giusto che lo cerchiamo, ma non è la pratica spirituale. Allora, in questa sessione che svolgiamo quotidianamente ormai da così tanti mesi, il nostro distacco da una aspettativa di sollievo si è approfondito, e questo è molto importante, dobbiamo gioire di questo. Per esempio i Buddha fanno compiono azioni per noi, tutti noi, per così come siamo in questa vita, compiono azioni che magari avranno i loro effetti tra un eone, cioè ci danno input, ci danno flash che magari matureranno in attività davvero benefiche per noi e per tutti coloro per cui essi le fanno, magari tra eoni. Dobbiamo avere questa comprensione, dobbiamo avere questa saggezza di praticare non in rapporto alle nostre proiezioni di questa vita, per noi stessi e per gli altri. Bene, adesso cominciamo la pratica a partire dal rifugio. Ecco, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma che sono i suoi insegnamenti e che sono la sola cosa che ci può salvare dal ripetere continuamente esperienze di sofferenza, 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 con alti e bassi, gli alti in cui crediamo di essere venuti fuori dalla sofferenza, i bassi in cui ripiombiamo nella sofferenza. Ma questo succede da tempo senza inizio e non siamo mai usciti fuori dalla sofferenza. La caratteristica degli insegnamenti di Buddha è che ci permettono di uscire fuori definitivamente dalla sofferenza. E questi insegnamenti sono basati sulla pratica dell'abbandonare l'afferrarsi al sé. E questo è il punto per cui possiamo uscire dalla sofferenza gradualmente o, secondo alcune scuole buddiste, anche istantaneamente, ma comunque il punto è sempre quello. Noi di scuola tibetana preferiamo l'approccio graduale, abbandonare un livello grossolano di afferrarsi al sé, poi un livello meno grossolano di afferrarsi al sé, poi un livello ancora meno grossolano. Perché dovremmo abbandonare l'afferrarsi al sé? Perché il sé è un'allucinazione. Questo appunto viene spiegato negli insegnamenti di Dharma. È questo che ci può liberare dalla sofferenza. Nessun essere che non siamo noi stessi può liberarci dalla sofferenza, nemmeno il Buddha. Il Buddha però ci può dare insegnamenti per liberarci dalla sofferenza. Quindi prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha perché ci dà gli insegnamenti, prendiamo rifugio nel Dharma perché sono l'effettiva medicina, prendiamo rifugio nel Sangha perché è la comunità che applica questi insegnamenti e ci insegna l'interdipendenza, cioè perché loro praticano, noi possiamo praticare. Per esempio ora in questa sessione, perché io faccio la parte del Sangha, anche voi potete praticare. Nella sessione precedente, poiché la Paloma funzionava come Sangha, io potevo praticare insieme a lei. Quindi queste sessioni che facciamo sono una pratica di interdipendenza, sono una pratica in cui vediamo che l'insegnamento del Dharma, l'insegnamento fondamentale che consiste nel dare istruzioni su come non afferrarsi al sé delle nostre persone, al sé delle altre persone, al sé dei fenomeni. Questo insegnamento può essere applicato solo in interdipendenza. Ora ripetiamo ancora 2 volte questa formula di rifugio. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, cioè dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative. Stiamo per fare tra pochi minuti proprio la pratica di rifugio in una divinità meditativa in particolare. In generale prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini, che sono le messaggere della mente del Buddha e delle attività del Buddha. Sono in forma femminile perché il principale messaggero, la principale messaggera delle nostre attività che ci consentono di liberarci dalla sofferenza è la madre che ci dà la vita. Senza vita non c'è attività. Quindi le messaggere sono in forma femminile. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. La chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti è un altro modo di dire l'abbandono dell'afferrarsi al sé. La nostra mente è vuota di un sé proprio, assoluto. È chiara e conoscitrice e proprio per questo è vuota, riflette tutte le possibili attività, tutte le possibili manifestazioni di fenomeni ed è per questo che è vuota. È il corpo di verità, Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ripetiamo ancora una volta. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Bene, a questo punto approfondiamo la pratica del rifugio rispetto alla connessione con una divinità meditativa. La divinità meditativa è la rappresentazione di una delle tante forme illuminate della mente dei Buddha. Per esempio, in questo caso, la mente di compassione dei Buddha, Avalokitesvara, è la rappresentazione della grande compassione di tutti i Buddha, degli infiniti Buddha, quelli che non vediamo e quelli che si manifestano anche in forme concrete, per esempio Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. La loro compassione noi adesso ce la raffiguriamo come un essere in forma simile a quella umana, cioè ha un volto, un corpo, 2 braccia, 2 gambe. In questo caso Avalokitesvara è bianco, ci sono divinità meditative rosse, blu, eccetera. In questo caso il suo corpo è bianco, luminosissimo, è seduto nello spazio all'altezza della nostra fronte, ma a 2 metri di distanza circa da noi, ci guarda noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti con infinito amore, con infinita gioia di averci al suo cospetto. Noi immaginiamo qualcosa che in profondità è vero, cioè che tutti gli esseri prendono rifugio nella compassione di tutti i Buddha in forma di Avalokitesvara. Tutti gli esseri prendono rifugio perché tutti gli esseri vogliono riparo dalla sofferenza e tutti gli esseri vogliono ottenere la felicità. Quindi è una verità effettiva, non c'è bisogno di pensare che adesso non prendono rifugio perché non sono buddisti, ma poi prenderanno rifugio. No, non è questa la logica. Tutti noi, a partire da me e voi che fate la pratica, e tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli insetti, gli spiriti, gli esseri che vivono in una dimensione di estremo piacere, cosiddetti dei, gli esseri che vivono in una dimensione di estrema sofferenza, cosiddetti esseri infernali. Tutti prendiamo rifugio, non c'è scelta, prendiamo tutti rifugio perché tutti vogliamo smettere di soffrire e ottenere la felicità. Quindi immaginiamo a buon diritto, a buona ragione, che non solo noi visualizziamo Buddha, Avalokitesvara, prendiamo rifugio in lui, ma tutti gli esseri prendono rifugio in lui. In rapporto a questa richiesta che noi facciamo di avere rifugio dalla sofferenza, un rifugio stabile, definitivo, e avere l'esperienza di completa felicità, in rapporto a questa richiesta, Buddha Avalokitesvara emana dal suo corpo infiniti raggi di luce attraverso i suoi pori. Questi raggi di luce entrano nel nostro corpo e in quello di tutti gli infiniti esseri, ci purificano da tutti i difetti mentali, da tutto il karma negativo che ci impedisce di liberarci dalla sofferenza, ci donano tutte le qualità positive, tutte le fortune che ci permettono di progredire nel sentiero spirituale in modo da ottenere la piena felicità. Ricordiamoci, tutto ciò è sia per noi che per tutti gli esseri viventi e in particolare, poiché stiamo facendo questa pratica in rapporto alla pandemia, per tutti gli esseri che risentono negativamente di questa pandemia. Mentre compiamo questa visualizzazione, per rinforzare ancora di più la nostra connessione con il Buddha della compassione, recitiamo le sue sacre parole. Om Mani Padme Hum, il suo mantra. Lo reciteremo per un po' cantando, insomma a voce alta, e poi continuiamo a voce bassa e più velocemente, senza cantare. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Ora recitiamo una preghiera di dedica per questa pratica che abbiamo fatto, di presa di rifugio e di connessione col Buddha della compassione che aiuta tutti gli infiniti esseri perché si liberino definitivamente dalla sofferenza. Recitiamo una dedica molto potente composta da un Mahasiddha per liberare da un'epidemia un monastero buddista nei secoli scorsi, un monastero Sakya. Quando i monaci di quel monastero recitarono questa dedica, guarirono finalmente dall'epidemia. Il monastero fu liberato dall'epidemia. Questa dedica è stata trasmessa ininterrottamente in un lignaggio sia di scritture, cioè le scritture sono state trasmesse oralmente senza interruzione da maestro a discepolo, discepolo diventato maestro a discepolo, discepolo diventato maestro a discepolo, fino a noi. Quindi questo per quanto riguarda le scritture, e c'è anche la trasmissione di realizzazioni perché i maestri qualificati che hanno trasmesso questa preghiera ne hanno realizzato la validità. Quindi questa preghiera che ora noi recitiamo ha molto potere, molta efficacia. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in uno solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e da altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora facciamo le dediche generali, che sono l'aspetto più importante di qualunque pratica, perché sono ciò che consente alla nostra pratica di non disperdere il karma positivo in effetti positivi mondani. Noi finché abbiamo fatto la pratica l'abbiamo fatta con mente pura, ok? Ma poi ci resta, siccome non siamo ancora Buddha, ci resta poi in mente quest'idea di aver praticato e aver fatto una bella cosa e di essere tanto bravi e che insomma tutto questo va a rinforzo del nostro ego. Allora, per evitare questo rinforzo dell'ego, facciamo le dediche alla pratica convogliando l'energia fuori dall'ego, convogliandola fuori dal rinforzo delle nostre attività positive mondane. Ok? Allora, adesso cerco di condividere queste dediche che però io ho soltanto in inglese. Eccole qua. Comunque io parlo in italiano. Possa la suprema bodhicitta, mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere, quella che è già sorta non declinare ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, ma causa ed effetto, sorgere dipendente, sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per comprendere il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, che queste due, cioè la mente che realizza che Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, 1, e causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili, 2, queste due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. Proprio come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa io essere sempre utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti come vogliono loro, senza fare resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita, possano gli esseri senzienti tenermi massimamente caro, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Preghiera di lunga vita per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, che è una delle manifestazioni del Buddha Chenrezig, e quindi vogliamo che continui a vivere a lungo per essere di grandissimo beneficio e di immenso beneficio al più gran numero possibile di esseri su questa terra. Tu che sei il gioiello che concede tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità nel mondo, incomparabilmente gentile e supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa avere una lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Poi per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, altra manifestazione delle attività illuminate di Buddha Avalokitesvara, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, supportando, preservando e diffondendo la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjushri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Okay. I'm ready, Venerable Tuten. You can go. Have a good practice.
Yes, I can do. Can you please close this sharing screen?
Okay. Oh, I didn't have the earphones. Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can start. Thank you for leading this session and for your prayers in Italian. Very nice.
Okay.
And I can start.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're still sharing this thing, which you can close. Cool. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's go straight to the prayers. There's no need for my somehow. I don't need to improve on the prayers which are already made there. I don't feel qualified to do that. So just take refuge, in a most inspiring way, most touching way, most heartfelt way. The more we invest in that, then the more we get from the whole practice. I mean, it's our investment, we can only get from what we give to it, we can only harvest what we sow, isn't it? Only that. The Buddhas, they only did their part, so the rest is up to us, The Buddhas already showed us everything, the whole path, so how to take refuge. So let's take refuge in the way we were taught. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. I could do it all day. There's everything there. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings surrounding us in human form, with hands folded, with heartfelt devotion, or infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So this is Mahayana refuge. It considers all sentient beings. And we go for refuge because we want to benefit. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha in order for him to guide us, to be a suitable vessel, to be guidable on the path to full awakening, so we can lead all sentient beings to that state as well. And now we lead them in taking refuge, inspiring them to take refuge with us. Those beings ordinary like us, we are ordinary beings and they lie like us, ordinary beings, suffering, crying out in despair, looking for a savior. Solemnly crying for help. And we all together take refuge, do refuge to the Buddha, to the supreme highest, the most developed guide for all of us, the greatest inspiration. Unmistaken and pure, compassionate and wise. And his teachings, which is a guide for us. We want to make our life a Dharma life. We want to make our mind the Dharma mind. We want to make our speech the Dharma speech. We want to make our body a Dharma body. Not this human or any body. We want to have a Dharma body and cast this one away. And numerous bodies to benefit sentient beings. And we take refuge in the Sangha, the guides, the helpers on the path, those who already proceeded on the path and are working at its stages. We ask them for assistance. And we also want to become Sangha as well. The actual Sangha, I mean, not just like, wearing robes, but bringing down the realizations, having bodhicitta, the Arya Sangha, the Mahayana Arya Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. for all that support. We want to be guided by them. We want to follow their guidance as obedient disciples. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All the answers are there. We take deeply refuge in the potential of our minds, the empty clarity of clear knowing, completely empty, without a trace of inherent existence or self-existent entity, completely empty of all elaborations of true existence. The emptiness of our mind and its clarity is the same, the emptiness of and clarity of all the Buddhas. Its nature is the same, it's empty. So let's empty our confused mind of all elaborations, unnecessary elaborations. Whole life, whole existence has been trying to fill up ourselves, with unnecessary stuff, ideas, experiences. Let's empty ourselves of all that is discordant, the afflictions, grasping, the negative karma and its seeds, all of that. Let the Dharmakaya be manifest. For that we go for refuge. Anyway, that's the best I can do at the moment. Hope you can do better than me. Yeah, so you can visualize Chenrezig in space in front of us. Or ourselves as Chenrezig and Chenrezig above our heads. And numberless Chenrezig throughout the universe above the heads of all sentient beings. If they have heads, of course, if sentient beings do not have heads, then we cannot, we cannot visualize Chenrezig above their heads, just somehow above themselves, Anyway, I always somehow end up laughing about what I say and what I think. You can't take me seriously, really. Just don't. Anyway, think too much about things. Yeah, you're Chenrezig. Believe it. If you visualize yourself as Chenrezig, there's many beings who actually see you as Chenrezig, like better than you somehow, I guess. If you visualize yourself as Chenrezig, the spirits and all the other beings, maybe even the holy beings, they maybe even the Buddhas, they kind of look at what you visualize yourself as, I guess, I hope, I believe. So I see myself as Chenrezig, I try. And in that pure form, I'm trying to benefit others, not as an ordinary, guy, me, little me, grasping me, little selfish thing, proud and all this, discriminating. I identify myself with Chenrezig as much as I can, the best I can, and then in that pure appearance and state, and discrimination and recognition, I'm trying to benefit, become that if there is something missing. And then there is a mantra of compassion, Chenrezig Buddha, in my heart, and like the more I do this over the years, and then the more I recite the mantra, and the more I live my life in ethics and say prayers and try to stop myself from saying nonsense and all that, the more power this meditation of this mantra has. You know, I mean, there's a power of the mantra due to the power of the holy beings and the compassion and wisdom, but there's also a power from my own side. I mean, not from my own side, but I mean, not from my own side, but from from my own side, yeah. You know, with all that backing up of my merit and everything, and intention. Yeah, so this mantra in my heart shines out to all beings, and you know, making offerings to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and making requests to them for my and everyone's realizations. And the light rays always, you know, come back whatever I visualize, and then gather back in my heart. And then also at the same time I send the light rays to all sentient beings everywhere, with heads and without heads, doesn't matter, you know. They are sentient beings. They need to be helped and saved, you know, with legs or without legs, with arms or without arms, you know. Just they are sentient beings, you know. You know, it's not that I want to help only like beautiful sentient beings which are attractive and pleasing my ego, you know, and self-cherishing, you know, to help everybody, you know, everybody who is nice to me, who is not nice to me, just everyone, you know, everybody. I mean, everybody. You get it? I mean, everybody, everyone. So with that in mind, I recite a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, you know, and the mantra is shining out of my heart, and just making my heart and mind and body and the whole universe just resonate with this mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Padma. Om Padma. Just let this mantra resonate in your heart. Always. Forever. And it resonates in the hearts of all sentient beings, if they have a heart. Everything is conditioned. Everything. Everything. Depends. It's great. We can become Buddhas. No problem. We can become anything. So why not Buddhas? It's the best. It's really the best. Check it out for yourself. It's the best we can do with our lives. The best, best, best. It's the best we can do with our death as well. It's the best. It's the best we can do for others. It's the best we can do for the Dharma to flourish. It's the best way to repay the kindness of our gurus. It's the best. Compassion is the best. Wise compassion is the best. Be the best. Want the best. We all want the best, don't we? So know what the best is. And give everything to it. Everything. May all the diseases that send in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have guidance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Be fulfilled, be fulfilled, be fulfilled, be fulfilled. So please remember, let this mantra resonate with you whoever you are. For what you will become. For what you will be able to do for others. So, hello Deki. Tenzin Deki is after me. Where is Tenzin Deki?
Hello, Venerable Thupten.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm really happy, really cheerful. Yep.
Good.
You?
Yeah, I'm also good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hey, take over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My name is Tenzin Deki, and I am from Lama Tsongkhapa Institute, Italy. I'm studying the Buddhist philosophy basic program here. So, I hope you are safe and healthy in this situation of pandemic. And thank you for joining me today in recitation of this prayer and a short meditation. So without losing time, let's begin. We can begin by taking a comfortable upright posture. Releasing any tightness or tension we feel in any part of our body by taking 3 long and deep breaths. We can bring our attention to the present moment, letting go of any past thoughts, memories, any future plans, any worries about the future. So just letting all those thoughts go, dissolving them, and bringing our attention back to the present moment, in the here and now, on this very cushion. We can start developing our concentration by taking an object of meditation, object of our focus, which can either be the sensation of breath at the entrance of the nostrils or the rising and falling of the abdomen, 2 finger breaths below the navel. And in a very natural, relaxed way, we can just watch the rising and falling of abdomen or the sensation of breath. If we get distracted by any thoughts then we can recognize that we have been distracted and gently let them go and return back to our object of focus. So when we train our mind in developing concentrations, generally we are disturbed by two obstacles of dullness and excitement. Dullness is when we feel sleepy and the mind becomes heavy and cloudy. And excitement is when we get too many thoughts and the mind is just running either into the past or the future, not being able to remain in the present moment. So we know that we have the two antidotes of mindfulness and introspection. With mindfulness, we can bring our mind to our breath. And with introspection, we can gently recognize, like a mental spy, that we have been distracted or we are falling into dullness. And then refreshing our mind and bringing it to the object of breath. So let's practice our concentration for a few minutes in silence. Now, with this mind that is more calm, focused, and relaxed, we can start developing a positive motivation for today's meditation session. We can start by contemplating the purpose of our life, why we are here, why we are trying to nourish and develop our mind to bring it in a positive direction and to overcome our afflictions. We can bring to mind our deepest aspiration to be happy and to be free from all kinds of sufferings and problems. If we investigate the course of our life, whatever we have done in this life, whatever activities, plans, all the relationships we had, all have been done with an underlying desire for us to be happy and to be free from suffering. Just try to connect with this deepest aspiration of yours, which decides our whole life. Now, if we see the people around us and if we watch their actions and their life, we see and we recognize this same aspiration in them, that everybody around us wants to be happy and wants to be free from suffering. Starting from the smallest action, each and every sentient being, no matter how small it is, it just wants happiness for itself and does not desire even an instant of suffering. So in this way, we and all other beings, we are the same in having this aspiration of wanting happiness and not wanting suffering. Though we have many superficial differences, but on a deeper level, we are all the same. Try to develop this sense of equanimity within yourself. So with this sense of heart-to-heart connection with other people in the world, with other beings, we can develop a positive altruistic motivation to really work on development of our mind, nourishing it with good qualities, virtuous actions, and abandoning all the negative actions of body, speech, and mind in order to really reach the state of awakening for benefiting ourselves as well as all the people who are around us in the most perfect, spontaneous, and effortless way. And with the support of the Dharma, we have the right tools which enable us to create causes for this genuine happiness. We have this precious human rebirth, and we have the awareness, intelligence of the mind, which can help us to overcome our afflictions, the causes of our suffering, and to really benefit all these people, all these beings who have the same aspiration as ourselves. So with this positive motivation in our mind, we can start the actual session by visualizing On our left side, our mother of this life. On our right side, our father of this life. Immediately surrounding us, our dear friends and relatives. Then surrounding them, people whom we have difficulty with, who criticize us or harm us in various ways. And then surrounding them are all the other people in this world, all the beings, animals, insects and birds, who are like strangers to us in this life. So all of them, they are surrounding us as far as space, joining us today in this meditation. At this point, we can bring to mind the kindness of all these beings. They help us to sustain our life. And then we visualize in the space in front of us Buddha of compassion, Buddha Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of love and compassion. Buddha Chenrezig incorporates all our teachers, gurus, lamas, who have taught us the path of Dharma, who have taught us how to develop virtue and our good qualities. We can bring to mind our teachers. With this visualization clearly in front of us, we can recite the prayer of refuge 3 times. All the sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now with this mind of refuge in the 3 jewels which are present outside as well as inside in our minds, we can recite the mantra of Buddha of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And while reciting this mantra, we can visualize rays of white light emanating from Buddha Chenrezig, who is in front of us, and absorbing into the crown of our head and into our hearts, completely purifying and cleansing all our sufferings, problems, sicknesses, obstacles, confusions, completely dissolving them away in the form of black smoke and liquid, which flows out from the lower parts of our body. And then this is replaced by golden light and nectar flowing from Buddha Chenrezig into us, filling us with blissful happiness, well-being, all the good qualities of mind that we desire, all kinds of realizations on the path, and the state of liberation. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Now these blessings which we have received from the Buddha of Compassion, we can now recite the actual prayer of liberating Sakya from disease a couple of times. May all the diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Daknis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Daknis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can rejoice in our recitation of the prayers and the meditation, and we can rejoice in our positive potential, our contribution to the means of pacifying the pandemic in the world. We can visualize Buddha Chenrezig taking the form of a golden sphere of light, coming to the crown of our head and slowly absorbing into our heart. Our mind becomes inseparable from the mind of Buddha Chenrezig, like water into water. There is no difference. Now we can proceed with the dedication of the prayers. We can recite the prayer by Master Shantideva from Bodhisattva Charyavatara. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May all those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water in delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, and whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And finally, the long life prayers for our teachers. Gari rave korve jinkam der penda deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso Shape Site Badu Tengyo She Tupsu Janchen Jamgong Gawe Ten Zinkyo Peve Kunzo Dopoze Choksum Kurve Legmon Tutupa Daso Duje Gondu Shapten So Janchu Sencho Rinpoche Mache Panam Kegyoshe Keva Nyampa Mepayang Gone Gondu Fevar Sho Keva Di Nyududa Lama Sange Drupkyune Drova Chiya Malupa De Sala Gopasho. And we can do our own personal dedications also. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you, Irene, Raman, Venerable Raffaello. And now I pass on to Venerable Yonten. Hello, Venerable. How are you?
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good session.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll revive our bodhicitta motivation. We'll use one of the Lamrim prayers. And we'll start with the foundation of all good qualities. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to them is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon them with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities, and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratamoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the Bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows in Samaya. I have become firmly convinced of this. Please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great effort, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And so allowing that motivation to strongly touch your heart, in particular bodhicitta. Through this practice, may we become enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings. And in the meantime, may sentient beings not suffer from pandemics, from disharmony, from conflict of any kind, inner or outer, physical or mental. And if we don't have the merit or the karma for this to happen, may we take all of these hardships on the path to awakening, using them as fuel to transform our mind in a positive way. And so now visualize above the crown of your head is 1,000-armed Chenrezig. And above the crown of every single sentient being also appears Chenrezig. Radiant white made of transparent light. And with awareness of Chenrezig there, we do the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And from Chenrezig's heart center, streams of white light flow down through the crown of our heads, through the crowns of every sentient being, flooding us with light, purifying, bringing the temporary relief of stress relief, soothing any pain or discomfort, and imagining also it brings the ultimate relief, purification of negative karma, and bringing realizations such as that of wisdom and bodhicitta. This white light streams down through you, through all of the people in your life, all the people in your country, all countries, and all sentient beings. And holding that visualization and those ideas, we add the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And continue the mantra under your breath together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Adding the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so now think that Chenrezig above your own crown, and Chenrezig above the crowns of all sentient beings, dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind. Bringing protection and health, purification, the ripening of realizations. And dedicate however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Janchu Sancho Rinpoche, Wake Bonam Ke Yuchi, Ke Pranam Pame Pani, Kone Gondu Pelwa Shom, Toni Dawa Rinpoche, Wake Bonam Ke Yuchi, Ke Pranam Pame Pani, Kone Gondu Pelwa Shom. Dedicating with bodhicitta and a strong awareness of the wisdom realizing emptiness of inherent existence. Okay, so you can relax your attention. And if you're doing back-to-back sessions, you can just have a little short break, stretch, have something to drink. And we'll do another session in a minute. Okay, so for the next session, we'll start with a different Lamrim prayer. We'll use the three principal aspects of the path this time. And so as we go through it, just really deeply connect with the meaning as best as you can. I bow down to my perfect gurus. The essential meaning of the victorious one's teachings, the path praised by all the holy victors and their children, the gateway of the fortunate ones desiring liberation, this I shall try to explain as much as I can. Those who are not attached to the pleasures of circling samsara, who strive to make freedom and endowments meaningful, who entrust themselves to the path pleasing the victorious ones. You fortunate ones, listen with a calm mind. Without the complete intention, definitely to be free from circling, there is no way to pacify attachment, seeking pleasurable effects in the ocean of circling. Also, by craving for cyclic existence, embodied beings are continuously bound. Therefore, at the very beginning, seek renunciation. Freedom and endowments are difficult to find, and life has no time to spare. By gaining familiarity with this, attraction to the appearances of this life is reversed. By thinking over and over again that actions and their effects are unbetraying, and repeatedly contemplating the miseries of cyclic existence, attraction to the appearances of future lives is reversed. When, by having trained in that way, there is no arising, even for a second, of attraction to the perfections of cyclic existence, and all day and night the intention seeking liberation arises, Then the thought of renunciation has been generated. So connect with renunciation, the determination to be free from samsara, the wish of definite emergence. And then add bodhicitta to that. Even if renunciation has been developed, if it is not possessed by the mind of enlightenment, it does not become the cause of the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, the wise generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. Swept away by the current of the four powerful rivers, tied by the tight bonds of karma so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the total darkness of ignorance, endlessly reborn in cyclic existence, ceaselessly tormented by the three sufferings, thinking that all mothers are in such a condition, generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. In short, if like the mother whose cherished son has fallen into a pit of fire, and who experiences even 1 second of his suffering as an unbearable eternity, the reflection on the suffering of all mother sentient beings has made it impossible for you to bear their suffering for even 1 second, and the wish-seeking enlightenment for their sake arises without effort. Then you have realized the supreme precious mind of enlightenment. So connecting with that bodhicitta. And adding to that the right view. Without the wisdom realizing ultimate reality, even though you have generated renunciation and the mind of enlightenment, you cannot cut the root cause of circling. Therefore, attempt the method to realize dependent arising. One who sees the cause and effect of all phenomena, of both cyclic existence and the state beyond sorrow as forever unbetraying, and for whom any object trusted in by the grasping mind has completely disappeared, has at that time entered the path pleasing the Buddhas. If the appearance of dependent relation, which is unbetraying, is accepted separately from emptiness, and as long as they are seen as separate, then one has still not realized the Buddha's intent. If these two realizations are happening simultaneously without alternation, and from merely seeing dependent relation as completely unbetraying, the definite ascertainment comes that completely destroys the way all objects are apprehended as truly existent. At that time, the analysis of the ultimate view is complete. Furthermore, appearance eliminates the extreme of existence, and emptiness eliminates the extreme of non-existence. If you realize how emptiness manifests in the manner of cause and effect, then you're not captivated by wrong notions holding extreme views. And so connect with that correct view from the Prasangika perspective, the subtlest view of the emptiness of inherent existence. May we cultivate the wisdom understanding that lack. Bringing whatever understanding you already have of that to this practice. In this way, you realize exactly the vital points of the three principal aspects of the path. Resort to seeking solitude, generate the power of effort, and quickly accomplish your final goal, my child. And so with that strong motivation, with the three principal aspects of the path, once again visualize Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, above your crown, radiant white, made of transparent light. And imagine that Chenrezig is also above the crowns of every being in the hell realm. Those beings dominated by hatred, who manifest environments reflective of that. Visualize Chenrezig in the hungry ghost realm, with all of those beings whose minds are dominated by miserliness and attachment, craving, addiction. Imagine Chenrezig with all of the animals in the animal realm, including insects. Imagine he is there with all of those beings whose minds are dominated by ignorance, by fear, and Chenrezig above the crowns of the heads of all human beings. Those whose minds are dominated by craving, so many distractions. And Chenrezig with all the god and demigod beings, those minds dominated by pride and jealousy, completely absorbed in pleasure, unaware of the suffering of others. Visualize Chenrezig there as well. And in particular, may this practice remove all obstacles related to the pandemic. May they swiftly be dispelled. And with that awareness of Chenrezig, together with all sentient beings, add the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And so visualize from Chenrezig's heart center, streams of light flow down through the crowns of every sentient being's head in all 6 realms, purifying white nectar light, clearing diseases, bringing health and long life, soothing, settling. This light also ripens positive karma, the seeds for realizations, the seeds for happiness and health, for ourselves and all sentient beings. And we add the mantra to the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. And continue the mantra together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. The prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of